Good evening. A warm welcome to our first meeting of Lithgow City Council for 2024. Acknowledgement of Country. Lithgow City Council acknowledges Wiradjuri elders past and present of the Wiradjuri Nation, the Lithgow City Council, original custodians of the land on which the Lithgow communities reside. The Council also extends our respects to our neighbouring nations. Declarations of webcasting. I inform all those in attendance at this meeting that the meeting is being webcast and that those in attendance should refrain from making any defamatory statements concerning any person, councillor or employee, and refrain from discussing those matters subject to closed council proceedings as indicated in clause 14.1 of the Code of Meeting Practice. Councillors are all present tonight. No apologies. Declarations of interest this evening. I would like to declare a non-pecuniary declaration of interest in 13.1 on page 50, the financial assistance grants. I am on the Portland Tidy Towns Committee.
Can I ask a clarification question? In relation to item 9.5 in regard to the Lithgow Environment Plan, I currently have part ownership over 2 properties. Should I make a declaration given property ownership associated with that or not?
Absolutely, I would think. When in doubt, don't. I would suggest you do, Councillor Marnie. You don't have to, but I think, well, the General Manager might.
Just by way of clarification, there's a recognition that, of course, councillors own property in the city, so generally when dealing with citywide planning provisions, there's not the necessity to declare an interest. If you owned a particular property and there was a spot rezoning or a significant value uplift, well, it would be prudent to acknowledge that.
So if I own a 6-acre property, or in fact a 30-acre property that could be subdivided, should I be declaring that at this
Well,
point?
everybody's in that situation, and there's the situations you don't need to declare in that case. There's a recognition that it captures all properties in the city, so therefore it captures all councillors.
Okay, well, I'm happy to declare a pecuniary interest in the LEP, given that if with rezoning of the land I own, I may gain a benefit.
You probably need to put that in writing to the General Manager. I've just got one here that you have to, that's what the legal requirement is.
Mayor Stephen, if I may, in relation to what's being discussed, there is a guide.
That's correct, Councillor Ring. From
the Office of Local Government, which states clearly that you're only exempt from a broad LEP assessment if your only property is your house. If you have anything else other than the house, you have to declare pecuniary interest. You may, in fact, if your property is not part of the process, it's not being rezoned, you may declare it. The risk then becomes that if the discussion moves to change it, then you've got to leave the meeting.
That's right. Thank you, Councillor Ring.
I may have the same problem, but I'm not looking to rezone any property that I got under this.
Thank you, Councillor. Oh, thank you, Councillor O'Connor. Confirmation of the previous minutes, please.
I'd have a non-pecuniary interest in that same motion as a member of Tidy Towns as well.
Well, you still are required to give a note to the General Manager. Thank you. Confirmation of the previous minutes, please.
I'll move that way.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Thank you, Councillor Bryce. All those in favour say aye. Carried. Thank you. Commemorations and announcements. I do have one tonight. Our area has truly suffered 3 tragedies since the 29th of December. I would like to thank, on behalf of the councillors, the rapid response team, all the first responders that was at the lake last week, and also at the previous December accident. There's been several tragedies out of those two tragedies, but I did get some good news today, very good news in fact, that a young man that we mostly know in Lithgow as Jeremy Clark, has been in a coma for 2.5 weeks, and he's out of a coma this week and recognises his family. So I'm very pleased to hear that. Public forum. Any person registered to speak during public forum on matters included in the business paper
You're going to read the statement acknowledging others that have lost loved ones? Typically do that.
Yes. Also, on behalf of Lithgow City Council, as Mayor and the councillors, I express sincere sympathy and condolences to families who have also lost loved ones since our last council meeting, and there's been quite a few actually, so sending our prayers and that to those families that are local. Any person registered to speak during public forum on matters included in the business paper and registered via the council website prior to 12 noon on the day of the meeting will have the opportunity to speak this evening. There will be only 2 speakers for and against on each matter on the business paper. Public forum will be allocated half an hour in time, with each speaker having 3 minutes to speak. Speakers not registered in public forum will have the opportunity to speak on matters on the business paper, if time permits. Tonight we have, our first speaker tonight is Anne Thompson, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to address you today. Before I get to the point of why I'm here tonight, I would just like to make it clear that I and many informed community members are of the opinion there is a lack of transparency, communication and consultation from both councillors and administration. In the last 18 months, this has been particularly so, but not limited to the following projects: waste for energy, pumped hydro, and the proposed, I know not on the agenda yet, but wind and solar farms. There is a growing anger within the community regarding these issues, that of which the councillors and this administration must surely be aware. I realise these projects are of state significance, and at a meeting I attended recently, it was stated that you can't fight the state government. If this were so, why would the state government bother to have allowed submissions? Clearly, it is a statement I totally disagree with and can back this up with examples like the waste for energy incinerator for the West Precinct in Lithgow, the second jail that was coming to Lithgow, and the abandonment of the waste for energy incinerator in Western Sydney. As councillors, you have been elected to the community by the community to represent the community. This includes making decisions in a direction that reflects what the majority of the community wants. Decisions made in this chamber on behalf of the community send clear messages to state and federal governments that you, as our representatives, indicate that this is what the community wants. This is not always the case and has not been in the past. If you are unsure as to the community feeling, then it is incumbent upon you to seek consultation from the community, not via social media platforms, surveys, but by facing the people of the community in a meeting. As councillors, you have the power to override operational decisions before they are enacted. In fact, it is your duty as councillors, who are effectively the board, to request further information, veto management decisions that are not in the best interests of the community. I have been labelled many times over the last 18 months as a member of a loud minority. I would suggest to you that I do not represent a minority, but in fact represent a significant majority of the community. This being the case, Lithgow LGA should or could, or if they could see fit, hold a public meeting to prove one way or the other. I also call on you as councillors to hold such a meeting as soon as possible before it is too late. Let state and federal governments know that we are not going to put up with whatever they feel they can throw at us, and that the Lithgow Council does truly represent the community. In conclusion, I would like...
Move extension.
Mrs. Thompson's just doing her last...
Yep. In conclusion, I do not come here tonight to criticise, to grandstand, to berate. I know how hard your job is. I've been there and I've done it. Some might say not very well. All I ask that if a public meeting is something that you are not going to consider, can you at least consider when multinational companies, state and federal governments, put forward projects for your consideration and voting, that you carefully consider how these projects will impact our town and community, especially when these projects are presented by entities and people that do not live here in our community and never ever will. Thank you.
How is everybody? Good? Well, I'm here tonight because people from council didn't think it was necessary to call me back about a local flooding issue in Union Street. I've rung numerous occasions. It's impacting on the houses, 4 houses, a newly developed shed and slab, and it's been going on for 2 years, I find out. Complaints were made 2 years ago. So if the process is to ring up and make a complaint or tell people what's going on, how come no one responds back to me? No one's come and had a look? That's about all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Bryce. I certainly wasn't aware of any of that, and Matt Trapp is, or Jonathan Edgecombe would like to speak to that, and I apologise on behalf of council for any inconvenience that this has caused.
Someone needs to come out there and look at it. It's a lot of water.
Yes, absolutely.
And there's photos floating around, so I'm sure you'll see them.
Just stay there just for one moment while Mr. Edgecombe addresses your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Statham. I'll speak to it just in brief. I'll investigate the matter first thing in the morning. We'll obtain your contact details and someone will reach out to you in the next 24 hours.
Okay.
Sorry, what was your address, Mr.
14 Creek Street, Portland.
14?
14. It's impacting 16 Union Street, 16 Creek Street and 14 Creek Street.
So 14 Creek Street, did you say is where you live?
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Can we just get some clarification? Is that Union Street in Portland? Oh, not Lithgow? Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Are there any other speakers to see? Oh, Mr. Smith, Ray Smith, thank you.
Red. Yeah, much to follow up on the consultation processes. Now, Energy Australia has twice offered consultation to nearby residents of the proposed hydro in the last number of weeks. Both consultations resulted in a similar outcome. They provided minimal notification, and a number of the residents still have not been engaged for discussion at all. Those residents who did were totally dissatisfied in the lack of answers. I personally asked a number of questions with little answers in return. I also asked for the results of the first borehole study, the ecology study on Sir Thomas Mitchell Drive, and when completed, the second borehole study. All these were denied. As for results of the first borehole study, Energy Australia has now relocated the top reservoir away from this area. They stated that they listened to the public. Or did the Mayor have it relocated? But was the relocation due to detection of unstable ground during the borehole study? Transparency and accountability must prevail on these issues. On minimal information supplied, this relocation may produce much more devastation, environmental damage and open ground than the previous proposal. Energy Australia has admitted there will be visual impact, traffic, noise and dust problems, and will also cause stress for nearby residents for 4 to 5 years during the construction. By completion, this project may have already been outmoded and obsolete and surpassed by new technology. Does Energy Australia consider they have fulfilled their duties and obligations on consultation by making a visit, ticking boxes, and then send out a documented report, which in some cases is not accurate, short of facts, with negative outcomes of mights and maybes? These meetings only serve Energy Australia's convenience, providing little in return for the residents. Energy Australia serves an important part of the community, and the area needs needs what it provides for the community. But how can we accept a project with unknown or negative consequences? Look at other alternatives within renewable projects. Another area of the community consultation concern is the road closures around Lake Lyell. This at present is in Council's hands and are engaging a survey to clarify the situation. I can see much more coming out of this particular position on these roads. And the extensions for the submissions have just recently been given by Council when these survey reports come out. Thank you. Public interest is increasing in many issues in the area. New candidates for Council are putting a hand up for the next election. Whether residing councils or newly elected, get the nod. We must have people who have the community at heart, understand and interpret all issues in an equitable manner. Petty council bickering and social media statements are undesirable. Constituents of the Lithgow area, look long and hard at what choices you make for what is best for your area in the long term. To the present council administration, this ineffective consultation containing lack of detail, transparency, accountability, council must ask to become more engaged with the project as you represent the ratepayers of Lithgow. As stated in the Lithgow Mercury on the 17th 11th 23rd, in regards to Brown Gaps Road, quote, Council, apologies for its lack of communication and now it will be rectified on a regular basis. Now make this positive move for all issues that Council deals with in the future, please. Call public meetings, give the public more detail. Don't rely on Energy Australia newsletters or drop into the HQ, as they call it in Main Street. Get both sides of the issue and let the people decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Smith.
Matt Statham, can I ask a question
Yes, certainly, Councillor Goodwin.
to the General Manager through you, Matt Statham? I was just thinking, what community consultation will be undertaken for projects such as the hydro and wind farms, such like that?
Mr General Manager, thank you.
Through you, man. Thank you for the question. Yeah, well, our commitment to public consultation, public engagement is very transparent. One only needs to look at the website. So with any proposal, we will at least notify adjoining neighbours. We will place advertisements in papers. It's an escalating policy. It depends on the number of submissions. We might go back around the consultation again. If necessary, it's an open book. We can contemplate all manner of public participation, including public meetings. But if we're going to do something, as the administration suggests in a notice of motion later in this business paper, the administration and the council will ensure that the consultation and engagement with the community is effective. So we've got a transparent policy. We consult extensively, and we escalate the engagement depending upon the level of public interest. And that will be the case when the pumped hydro comes in, if it comes in as a development application or a referral from the state. And it will be the same for any development application. We practice this week in, week out.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin and Mr Butler. We now move on to 9.1. Who is that, sorry? We certainly don't have your wife's name down, but I'd be more than happy for her to speak.
No.
Sorry, I can't hear who's...
He wants to speak.
Yes, time permits. Absolutely, you can speak. Can't say no. It goes till 7:30. Get belted out if we say no.
I did get a notice when I registered online saying that it had been accepted, so one assumes that something's gone wrong there. Just, I wasn't going to mention this, but the question asked by Councillor Goodwin, I just wonder, why did you ask that question?
I wanted to know about the community consultation, about what council do with community consultation. Mr Smith asked it. I wanted to know from the council how community consultation is.
Okay, Well, it's not very good, I can tell you that. But look, I didn't come to speak on that. My name is Rob White and I speak on behalf of the concerned Lithgow Community Group Inc. We are the group that organised the meeting between the councillors and the Lake Lowell community on Sunday 2 weeks ago. I would firstly like to thank all the councillors that turned up, of which 8 turned up. It's something that the community appreciates, and I'd like it recorded for note that we do in fact plan to have more of these meetings driven by the community. So I'm just letting you know that. In the process of organising this event and during the event, there were some contentious issues that arose that prompted me to go off and investigate what the purpose of being a councillor actually is. So I researched the government websites and I found this document. It's the Councillor Handbook as published by the New South Wales Government Office of Local Government. And I was reading through that to get some information on a couple of particular items, but it made for interesting reading because I found that a lot of the things in this book did not seem to register properly with what I see at council. So I'm going to give you some examples. Prior to the meeting, I was told by a council member that the role of council was not that of a board of directors. I was interested to find in clause 3.1 council structure, as the government says, and I quote, "The elected council's role may be compared to that of a board of a public company. The elected council oversees the activities of the council, but is not involved in the day-to-day running of the council." So clearly you are a board of directors, according to the government. The second example, clause 2.3.2, under accountability, it states, implicitly, the needs of the community should be reflected in the decisions of council. I think you may like to ask a few community members and people that are engaged with this whether they actually see that's happening. Example 3, clause 3.2, councillors and public comment, and it states, many councils have a policy which permits only the mayor, the general manager or the public officer to speak on behalf of council. In such cases, individual councillors remain free to make personal comment. When speaking publicly, councillors should ensure that they clarify whether or not they are acting on behalf of the council or as individuals. So clearly, you as councillors...
Happy to
Have a
second
second to
that.
thank you. All those in favour say aye. Carry on, Mr White.
So clearly, you as councillors have every right to make public comment if you are not speaking on behalf of council. The last example, and I could come up with many more, but I've picked 4 out. Clause 2.2, managing internal council relations, under the subheading of indicators of good working relationships. And again, I quote 2 items out of that. First one, relationships which are characterised by respect, good humour and faith. I've got to say I haven't seen too much of that in many of the council meetings. Maybe you feel that it's that way, but it's your choice to make that. But I think the community may I think everyone knows there's been a lot of social media stuff of late, so I'm not sure that that's quite accurate. Point 2 with this, council's decisions which are seen as being based on merit rather than the numbers game, stated by the government. I'm not sure I believe that one either. So, all in all...
Could you just repeat that last one, please, Mr White?
Okay, it's under clause 2.2, managing internal council relationships, under the heading indicators of good working relationship in this book, this handout. And it states council decisions are seen as being based on merit rather than the numbers game. And my comment to that was some of us community members don't always feel that that's always applicable. So these are 4 examples. I can keep going, but but I think I've given enough. So whilst there are many issues that councillors and administration do get right, and I quite acknowledge that, because obviously the council does a lot of things that are right, and I'm here to, you might say, well, he's here to criticise, which I'm bringing up a few points, but I do acknowledge that council does do a lot of good things. For the community's benefit, I think both the councillors and the administrators need to reacquaint themselves with this document and the roles for which everyone does. Now, when I did apply to speak, I actually attached this document as an attachment to that. If it's not available, I'm happy to email it through. But I do think that the councillor handbook, which I hadn't seen before, I do think that people need to actually read it again, because that's what you're meant to be doing. Thank you.
Mr. White, I'd just like to make one particular comment on that, thank you. You yourself tried to pull up a councillor on 2 occasions, and one of the occasions you actually tried to pull him up twice or 3 times. In the first occasion you touched his shoulder. That gentleman had a council badge on, so very unbecoming of a councillor to speak as he did. I was appalled, and so was everybody else in the room. It was not on topic. You tried to stop him. So I'd just like you to not put all of us in the group. And as you can see, there are plenty of people here tonight that might do a lot of social media. Hands up those people who do social media all the time. Be truthful. Wow. So at the end of the day, thank you, Councillor Leslie, I like your honesty. So, you know, you can come here, very welcome to come here, but don't insult our intelligence on every matter.
Point of order, Mayor. If we're going to run critiques on councillor behaviour at that meeting, I'm happy we do that publicly. You can go one by one and run a critique. But I don't accept single councillors being singled out, and I don't think it's appropriate.
I didn't single anyone's name out, thank you.
No, singular councillors. I didn't say whether you named them.
Point of order. I was the only councillor wearing a badge. I think it was quite clear I was the target of your comments.
Thank you, Councillor Leslie, for being honest. You don't need to comment, thank you, Mr. White. You've had your turn. Thank you. Have a seat, thank you, Mr. White. Excuse me, I asked you to have a seat, please. I'm asking you to take your seat. Thank you, that's your first warning. You had 6 minutes almost to speak. And I wasn't going to not back up some of the councillors that day. They tried their best. We attended that in good faith. Anybody else wishing to speak in public gallery tonight? Thank you for all those speakers this evening. We'll now move on to the other part of the agenda, thank you. 9.1, notice of motion, Councillor Ring. Governance review of fees and charges. Councillor Ring.
Yes, I move that.
Happy to second.
Councillor Ring.
Yes, thank you. The management content is interesting on this notice of motion. And in my opinion, it's being used clearly to enter into our debate as the governing body. It is not appropriate that management have responded to the specific issues that I've raised when I am seeking council endorsement for these to be reviewed by the Finance Committee. Under section 312 of the Code of Meeting Practice, not adopted by this council, it is clear in that the GM may consider if a NOM has legal, strategic, financial or policy implications, the General Manager may prepare a report in relation to it and include it in the papers. So that's how I'm going to respond to this and talk to the councils about this issue. I'm assuming they've all read it. Legal considerations, nil reference in management content. My response, as stated in the NOM under the Local Government Act 1993, Section 223, role of the governing body. To determine and adopt a rating and revenue policy and operational plans that support the optimal allocation of the council's resources. It is clearly our job to review budgets, to review fees and charges. That is what we're here for. Strategic. References the rating review document and discussion within the Finance Committee. My response. During the past 2 years, there's been 14 Finance Committee meetings. This has only been on the agenda twice. First, 21st of March 2022. The rating review report was tabled where the administration report does not reference a recommendation to increase fees and charges for 2023-2024 by at least $100,000. The report states on page 18, Lithgow fees and charges account for 6% of our own sourced revenue compared to 21% across councils more generally. In a local government area, which is one of the lowest socio-economic ratings and categories in this state, I am concerned that this document talks about that's our initial target. I'm not prepared to see us continually raise those prices or revenue fees without review. Financial. Claims that staff time will be drawn on departmental managers to attend and present their costings. My response? The NOM requests only the written documentation in relation to the cost to be presented for discussion. There is no reason for staff to attend. If additional information is requested, it can be provided out of session. The only staff member required under the terms of reference is the GM or his representatives. Meetings can be recorded so staff can take minutes during normal working hours. And I'd also like to point out that under the Code of Conduct, we cannot debate staff over a point or an issue. We can listen to the things, we can ask questions. I don't think it's appropriate if we're going to have a debate that these staff are present. The length of a meeting for councillors should not be a consideration, given we have raised our hand to take on the role of the Finance Committee and raised our hand to take on the role of councillor, regardless of the remuneration. Policy, nil. My response, Section 2T3, is clear. It is our role, the governing body, to determine and adopt a rating and revenue policy. We have a fiduciary responsibility to our community to ensure that we are satisfied with the process. I sat in 5 briefings on the previous council for rate and revenue presentations. Briefings are not where decisions are made. They are made in the council chamber in a transparent manner. There's no reason for the administration to talk against this NOM. In fact, they should embrace a council or councillors that want to be more proactive. Why? Because the fees and charges are reviewed, and at no point have they stated they all need to be reviewed in 1 year. It provides an additional level of transparency for the community. In fact, there is no reason that the Finance Committee won't support the business cases or costing prepared by the staff, but they need to be reviewed. And some of the specific examples I have raised are, in my opinion, nothing more than revenue generation. There is no legitimate need for them. I raised this at the rates meeting. I did not get it through, and I'll continue raising it while I am on council until we review and perform our role as the governing body, the fees and charges that impact on our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Coleman.
Thank you, Mayor Statham. As stated at the top of the notice of motion that Councillor Ring has put forward, councillors voted on the fees and charges as a component of the annual delivery program and operational plan. Yeah, we did. Fees and charges were adopted at the council meeting on the 26th of June 2023. What I find interesting in regards to this notice of motion is the language used in the management's comments. Council should consider generating a greater proportion of revenue from user fees. Council should adopt user fees from all waste other than waste associated with the domestic waste management service. In preparing the LTFP, Council should possibly future income from fees and charges, including opportunities to reduce reliance on other forms of income. The use of word should sounds like, to me, a directive. I was also interested in reading the draft 2023-24 fees and charges were included on the agenda for the 13th of April 2023 Finance Committee meeting, which was cancelled due to the lack of a quorum. My question in why was this happen? Has this happened since? Quite frankly, Councillor Ring's notice of motion is basically asking for a review to be sent to the Finance Committee, which I don't have a problem with as long as a quorum is met. So I'd like to know, has a quorum met? Has the meetings met recently, and has a quorum been met?
Mr. Gurney, thank you.
Through you, Mayor Statham. Yes, usually the Finance Committee meetings do have a quorum. There has been the odd occasion for various reasons where there hasn't been. In fact, there have been a couple of meetings in the last 6 to 12 months where we've met despite not having a quorum just to discuss the matters on the agenda. So usually we do meet.
Thank you, Mr Gurney. Anybody else wishing to speak?
Yes.
Councillor Marnie, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Stephen. A couple of questions I want to put, or some statements I want to make. With the introduction of the 20.7% rate rise, I continue to express concerns about the impact this would have on small business. I did ask for a deferral into the 24-25 financial year, but was advised that was not permissible. I note that we're now, I want to be sure that we're not going down the full cost recovery model for small businesses with these additional fees, given the burden that those rates have brought upon it. And I also want some clarity in the last paragraph on page 9, where we talk about to recover the administrative costs, council, when we're referring to council, we're referring to the elected council or the administration have adopted those and imposed annual administration charges on each food business. If I could just get that answer, please, through the Mayor.
Mr Gurney, thank you.
Through you, Mayor Statham. So that's referring to fees adopted by council as part of the fees and charges document.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Gurney.
I note also later in the document it refers to it being an operational matter. There are members of the community who have suggested that we possibly suspend this council and put an administrator in. I go to a piece later in the paper where decisions are being made outside the meeting of the council. Like Councillor Ring, I think there's a role for the governance body to be reviewing this and ensuring that our community needs are met. And I did hear that talked to from the guiding document that is our handbook from the state government. I understand when we're looking at charges which are adjusting against CPI, but where the adjustments are significantly beyond CPI, those matters, I believe, like Councillor Ring, should come to the Finance Committee for consideration and consideration of their impacts. I'm happy to support the motion, and obviously I've taken a very active role in the Finance Committee during the life of this council. I don't see a situation where councillors will be pulling apart the 99 pages and the 858 individual charges. I think they want to have input into where there's significant changes to charges. And I think it's important as a council, it's not all about the income, it's about the outcome that we're trying to achieve for our community. And if we get too focused on the income, we may in fact have a tobacco-led recovery for Main Street retail. I believe in Lithgow we've got 7 tobacconists now. I hope that we continue to build a more vibrant and diverse community, and I'm conscious of what this does to some of the businesses that are going to partake in the growing tourism economy as we start to place more pressure on these, particularly food businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Councillor Leslie, I think you were next.
Thank you, Mayor Statham. In the good old days, when Councillor Thompson was mayor, we had an effective committee system. The committees met at the beginning of the month and they reported to the council meeting at the end of the month. And it worked very well. This council, however, has broken that system. The Operations Committee meeting now only meet every 2 months. Fortunately, the 3 months committee meetings of the Operations Committee was actually so bad that it was reverted to 2 months. The Finance Committee meets every 6 weeks. Of course, 6 weeks means that every second finance meeting you can't report to the next council meeting. Of course, it's either too late or it's just been missed. It it needs to go back where we have an effective system. I can't do anything about it. I opposed both of those resolutions from this council. Why the councillors weren't prepared to do that minor extra work to make it effective, I can't answer. But Councillor Coleman has got it exactly right. This is a very simple motion. It's a lot of words, a lot of commentary, a lot of management commentary, but basically we want to send this to the Finance Committee meeting, hopefully held soon, where the councillors can, in a very easy back and forth with management, with our directors, get answers, work out why various charges are there, whether various charges can be modified, and then we make a recommendation and bring it back to the council. It's very simple, and I congratulate Councillor Ring for putting forward such an obvious motion, but one that no one else has, and one that will solve and make it very easy for decisions to be made by this council.
Thank you, Councillor Leslie. Councillor Bryce?
If this is going to be going back to the Financial Committee, I believe that only two of our councillors are allowed to vote on that committee, which makes it very hard if we're going to be voting on fees and discussing fees, then maybe we should make it a full council committee so that we can debate it properly. Because at the moment, with only two people being able to vote and very little debate, I don't think it's really worth much.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Any other speakers? Councillor Goodwin?
So, Mayor Statham, in reading this, my take from this is that I think Councillor Ring was inferring that councillors don't read the council papers, and he's the only one that reads the council papers. Councillor Ring wasn't on council at the time when council decided on the fees and structures, and he wasn't privy to the briefings from the administration that ultimately resulted in the council fee structure. To review the basis of the fee structure is simply not required and has been completed by council and endorsed by councillors. And to bring the fees and charges to each finance committee is placing undue pressure on the administration who need the time to do their job and not write unnecessary reports for councillors. By saying this, it won't be too onerous. We can't even get through 2 notices of motion in an hour here at council. We're one of the only councils, or one of the councils who charge the lowest fees for service. And I had a look at Bathurst Waste, 2022-23, their mixed waste per tonne was $218. Lithgow Council's free. Bathurst for bulky and difficult to compact waste is $295 per tonne. Lithgow is $230. And for green waste in Bathurst is $166 per tonne, and Lithgow waste for mixed tonne for green waste is free. We have a very low cost of service, so I don't think this needs to be debated anymore. I think we do it once a year, we do it properly once a year, and that's all that needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Any other speakers? Councillor McGee?
Yes, back in the good old days. That's where a lot of councillors seem to be these days, you know. We are in the 21st century and we're very close to being a quarter of the way through the 21st century. Fees and charges, tip fees, the free tip fees, they're a thing of the past, have been for a long time in our neighbouring LGAs. Currently in the Blue Mountains LGA, it's $48 minimum for a green waste load. That's $480 a tonne. The idea of free bulk goods, you know, like at $230 a tonne for bricks and rubble, that's cheap. And a $23 minimum, once again, that's a convenience that we have kept available with the other tips having to be closed down. We've got a new facility which will stand the test of time for many years to come. It's state of the art, and it's just a fantastic facility, something we all should be very proud of. So to think that we have just, you know, signing blank cheques and sending council staff out to charge what they want is just ludicrous. So no, I can't support this notice of motion.
Thank you, Councillor McGee. Any other speakers? Councillor O'Connor?
Yes. The only thing I would suggest for green waste, rubble and household would be to put 3 vouchers like Bathurst with the rate notice that gives you 100 kgs for free for, that's what they do in Bathurst. You get your voucher and you can use those vouchers until it runs out. That's the only thing I could support on the fees and charges, because to every business is a business, so the wages have to be found for the tip staff and the staff down there, so everything has to be charged. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Connor. Councillor Ring.
Thank you, Mayor Statham. First, I'll respond to Councillor Bryce. There are actually 5 voting councillors on the Finance Committee, plus the General Manager or his representatives. So there are 6 people voting. Committees do not make decisions, they make recommendations which are reported back to Council, and it is the Council, in open and transparent Council, that makes the final decision. I'm glad that since the last Council that Councillor Goodwin's obviously done a mind reading course, because he appears to know what I think. Seriously, I don't have to make any criticism of the conduct of councillors in this chamber. The public can see who has read, who has done their research. I'm not interested in that. What I'm interested in that we are doing our job under the Local Government Act and the guidelines from the Office of Local Government in reviewing fees and charges. As for Bathurst Council, I don't really care. I don't live in Bathurst. I live in this council, and this council is one of the lowest socio-economic rated communities in this state. My concern is for my residents and my community. Yes, we need to cover our fees and charges. Yes, we need to be financially viable. However, my concern with the fees and charges, when I got on this council in 2016, the way they did budgets, last year's budget plus 5%. Then you'd spend months moving money around. Not how you run an organisation. Is this how they've done it with the fees and charges? We've just done it for years and we had a bit on. Workloads, I'm sorry, but all that I'm asking should be documented and on file. Pull it off the file. It's not a big job. Did I expect this to get through the night? No. Council representatives have expressed their view of this council, and that's all I'm going to say. We'll put it to the vote.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. I will put it to the vote. Thank you. All those in favour say aye. Against? I'll call the division. Thank you. All those in favour say aye. Councillor Coleman, Ring, Leslie and Councillor Marnie. Against? Councillor McGee, Councillor O'Connor, Bryce and Goodwin and Statham. Thank you. Carried. Lost. Thank you. 9.2, Councillor Ring, modification of financial delegation.
Yes, I'll move this one as well.
Have a seconder, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Marnie.
Okay. To reiterate what I previously stated in the previous discussion, under section 312 of the Code of Meeting Practice, not adopted by this council, it makes it clear that the GM may consider a nom to have, if he considers a nom to have legal, strategic, financial or policy implications, that he may prepare a report in relation to those. And just to reiterate, we as a council have never endorsed that. So, legal consideration, nil reference, management conference. My response, section 377 of the Local Government Act, section 1, a council may, by resolution, delegate to the General Manager or any other person or body, not including another employee of the council, any of the functions of the council under this or any other act other than the following. 1G, the voting of money for expenditure on its works, services or operations. We choose to delegate, to withdraw or to modify delegated authority. That is our legal role. We will be discussing delegations and moving forward in the Finance Committee, and it will come back to this council. There are 32 acts of parliament that we delegate. 32. Strategic. It may delay the program due to the tight time frame for LEAP. Well, my response is LEAP requires the endorsement and support of the New South Wales Government. This has still not been secured. The program works could have been brought to council much earlier, given the alleged urgent nature of the transition. And I'm not putting down the fact that the transition in our economy is not urgent, but it's not going to happen in the next 6 months. That's absolute rubbish. As for timing, extraordinary meetings can be called to ensure the speed with which tenders are dealt with by councillors. If these projects are delayed or completion crosses over into the new financial year, it is unlikely it will significantly impact the transition process. Financial. Staff costs in preparing reports for councillors. Well, seriously? The staff are here to provide us with reports, not unnecessary reports, but reports that we need to make informed decisions as elected representatives of our community. The program endorsed at the 27th November meeting included a number of items that would be funded by consultants to a total value of $751,000. Of the $1.09 million that was included in the rates rise. 1/6 of the rate rise goes to our economic transition. This is public money, and there needs to be greater transparency in the tender process. As I said on the 27th of November, the transition plan and the budget for this was presented to councillors at a briefing by a consultant who was involved in designing the program and the budget and made a comment.
Point of order. Can Councillor Ring, address not the crowd?
I'm not addressing the crowd. I'm reading off this. Thank you. As I said, it was presented.
I'll address that point of order. Councillor Rice, I won't. Councillor Ring's fine. He can keep going. Thank you. But if you're in future, if you're talking, you are supposed to address the chair, whoever the chair is.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Councillor Statham, but I've got the camera and I'm trying to read. So I'm not trying to disrespect anyone, but I'll take your point on board. So for that raises alarm bells for me. Now, in terms of policy, there's reference to the procurement risk being low. Now, our council response to this is to identify. Council's response to this fails to identify potential conflicts of interest within this project. I refer to ICAC Managing Conflict of Interest in New South Wales Public Sector 2019, particularly page 6. It refers to convergence of interest. It is where a conflict of interest exists even where the interests of the official and the agency are aligned and or appear to be aligned. Various terms have been used to describe it. This situation is risky because it can allow an official to rationalise their failure to close a conflict by claiming that everyone benefits or nobody is harmed. Now, when you are using consultants on a contract labour basis, relationships get built up, and when they're used over a period of time, and I've worked in government, I know this happens, friendships developed. It needs to be managed. And continually, as I said, continually using the same contractor could lead to a conversion of interest, given there appears to be a preference to continually draw from a very small pool of consultants. By limiting the financial delegation of the General Manager with respect to this particular fund, will minimise the risk of conflicts of interest and ensure greater transparency in the decision-making process, which is what the community wants to see from its elected officials.
Thank you, Councillor.
My apologies. I won't speak to it. I think Councillor Ring's spoken in detail to the matter. I do note there is the opportunity to use extraordinary meetings to make decisions. I've raised a concern earlier of decisions being made out of the council meeting cycles. So I am developing a concern about this issue. So I understand Councillor Ring's rationale for bringing this forward, so I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Anybody else wishing to speak? Councillor Goodwin?
Mayor Statham, we've been using contractors for many services for many years, and nothing's broken here and we don't need to fix it. Council adopted the LEAP. We also adopted the first 12 months of actions and the budget for this. I want to let the administration deliver what we've adopted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Councillor Bryce?
The $25,000 tag you've put on this, I think is too low. You wouldn't get any contractors for $25,000. It puts then basically restricts the work and then puts it back on council to have extraordinary meetings or normal meetings. 25,000 is far too low as a delegation for this work. Thank you.
The General Manager would like to comment before we go further. Thank you. Oh, he'll do it at the end. Thank you. Councillor Leslie, you were moving forward then? No? Councillor Coleman?
Thanks, Mayor Statham. I'm going to hover over the two statements made in the notice of motion and the management's comment. The first statement I'm going to hover over is the governing body needs to ensure transparency in awarding of contracts during this program. I'm going to just sit on that for a minute. And the second statement I'm going to hover on is Lithgow City Council has been very fortunate to have procured the services of 2 experts to start to advance the actions while recruitment and development of in-house employees is undertaken. The question I like to ask is how was that determined? Who determined that they were experts? Did they go through a merit selection? How was that determined? The reason I ask is that in Portland recently, I was asked, how does council choose their experts?
Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Anybody else wishing to speak?
Yes, I will at this stage, if I may.
Thank you, Councillor.
This is the same issue as we debated in the previous one, where the councillors are desperate to find out what's happening within our council, but the committee system prevents them. We don't know what's happening, and I think and I would dispute the statement that if it's not broken, don't fix it. I think you should ask the people of the council, the community, whether they think this council is broken. Well, that's another matter. But it needs to be. Oh, and if of course the amount is too low, we weren't offered an alternative amount. I mean, you don't just throw in, no, I think the amount's too low. Give us the amount that you think is right. And if you pick them out, I could support it. I could amend it, but we don't get that. We just get these bland statements, But we need to have a committee system where these matters can be determined. And until then, I've got to agree with Councillor Ring. Fix the committee systems, and I might reconsider the matter. But until then, the only way we can find out what's going on is to have these contracts come to a council, either come to the council or come to a committee meeting, so we can ask questions and find out what they are and determine them. Until that happens and we get proper open government in this area, I can't. Until we get proper open government in this area, I've got to support Councillor Ring on this matter.
Thank you, Councillor Leslie. Any other speaker? Councillor McGee?
Yes. I think that, this constant witch hunt for wrongdoing has got to run out of breath eventually. It's been going on for so long that it's got no traction. There is no proof. There are no witches. There's no reds under the bed. And the council is transparent and the council is trying its hardest. The contractors are required because half the time the staff are busy writing reports, most probably. But the contractors is a normal part of the life of the council. We've used them for a long time, and that is my understanding. As far as friends in contract and trust, this is exactly goes to the heart of what Rob White was saying in his delivery to the council just before from the councillor handbook. You know that there should be trust, respect and friendship amongst staff and councillors. So I can't see a problem with a good relationship with any contractor and any staff member, be it the GM or the mayor or councillor. So I think if, you know, like as far as being informed, I think if you pay attention at the information sessions, it's amazing what you learn. There's a lot of information there to absorb. And it means staying there for the duration of those committee meetings as well. You know, that really helps. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor McGee. Any other speakers? Right of reply, Councillor Ring. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Statham. Councillor Goodwin, I've got to agree with councillors, not broken, don't fix it. We have a governance role to review, which is legislated. We have a role to hold the administration to account. It doesn't mean they're corrupt. It doesn't mean they're not doing the right thing. But it is our role to ensure that the community is getting the best possible outcome, and that I and other councillors can go out and say, yes, this is right. Doesn't mean they're wrong, but we need to understand what's happening. As Councillor Leslie said, 25,000 too low. No one's put up another figure. Obviously, we don't want it. At 250,000, under the current delegations, a person can just be put on without us knowing. That's a lot of money to pay a consultant for a year, particularly in the budget program that was approved, $290,000 just for consultancy work, just general work. You've got to really work through the document from the last meeting to find out what that $290,000 is going to fund. And I'll remind councillors, this is community money. 1/6 of the rate rise, and it needs to be held accountable. As for Reds under the bed, I'm sorry, but this is not the 1960s. I mean, seriously. As Mr. White stated earlier, we are a board of directors. Governance is something that is boring to most people. I take it very seriously in various roles that I've had. I would suggest to Councillor McGee that he goes to ICAC and reads the documents that council are using for a conflict of interest policy later. ICAC take how we make decisions very seriously and how staff interact. Yes, you can be friendly. However, there are conflicts of interest. ICAC is onto it. They're concerned, as are a majority of people in the real world.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. I'll put it to the vote. Oh, actually, the General Manager would like to speak to that. Thank you.
I was going to say much more, but I'm not, because I'm not going to enter the debate. But I want to say to the councillors that if a councillor has any inference or allegation to make, do not use this forum to make it against staff. But the councillors have been involved in code of conduct training, and they should lodge a code of conduct complaint, and it should be properly investigated. You go very close when you say and you throw around that there are conflicts between the administration and contractors that we use every day.
Point of order. I did not say that. I said that there is risk in the document you're bringing here about conflicts of interest. I reference what ICAC stated could be a risk.
We're here not to debate. The debate's happened. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Against?
Call a division.
Carried, thank you. All those in favour say aye. It's lost. Coleman, Ring, Leslie, Marnie. Against? Bryce, Goodwin, O'Connor, McGee and Statham. Thank you. Notice of motion 9.3, Councillor Coleman, public meeting to discuss Energy Australia pumped hydro. Councillor Coleman.
Yes, thank you. I'll move this.
Have a
I'll
second.
second
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Ring. Yes, Councillor Coleman.
Council is not the consent authority, that is true. But it doesn't stop the council from listening to the community. It doesn't stop council from forming a position. This has been done previously. Actually, positions have changed. For example, the waste burning facility, with resounding 80% of residents voting no. Lithgow City Council had a position voted on, currently on its books. The previous council voted against it, this council votes for it. The council has an opportunity to be part of the discussions in regards to this project. It can lead from the front. If not, then the community will hold another without input from the council, and it will be a missed opportunity. That has already been made clear by Mr. Rob White.
Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Councillor Ring.
I'll be quite honest, I'm not a fan of large public meetings. I'm not sure that's a very effective way for community consultation. However, I'm also aware of meetings that have been held in the community that people were far from impressed with. I believe if council does run this meeting, it can be done in an impartial manner. And we may actually get people supporting or against or just asking questions in an environment which can be fair and respectful, and where we can monitor those who are coming in and ensure that it's only residents. There's been discussion tonight about councillors should listen to the community. We have 20,000 people in this community, and opinions will differ. And when it comes to a vote, you're not necessarily legally required to support something as a council just because a majority or a perceived majority support it. All councillors are required to make informed decisions and vote in the best interest of the community as they see it. But it is important that we listen to the community. But more important is, after we've listened and we do have an opinion, we explain to the community what our stance is. They don't have to like it, that's fine. There are people in this room who know my views on certain things and doesn't agree with theirs. However, they respect the fact that we can articulate both sides of the argument, and moving forward, I'll continue having those discussions. When this matter does come to council, it will be to make a recommendation, not to endorse it, not to approve it. That will be a state significant project if it comes to council. At that point, as I said at the meeting at Lake Lyell, I will make a decision informed decision based on the information that is available. I will listen to both sides, and then I will make a decision, and I will articulate where I stand. Thank you. But it's important that we have this meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Anyone else? Councillor Bryce?
I like the idea of this meeting, including the state government, because we need to understand where their position is on this. The only thing I don't agree on is the timeline, June or July. I think we're better off to wait till the environmental impact statement is out there so that we can read it. What we want is the community to be well informed. If they're going to put a submission for or against this pump hydro, you want them to be as informed as possible to write a quality and quantified submission. By not having the actual plan or the environmental impact statement prior to the meeting to get as much information is not a waste of time, but I don't think it's useful. I'm happy to support this if we waited for the environmental impact statement so that we all get a chance to read it, all get a chance to make some informed decisions and get a lot more clarity on the project and what the impacts are going to be.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Anyone else wishing to speak? No more speakers?
Yes, please.
Councillor.
I'm a supporter of us as a council collecting our community views as concepts unfold and as proposals come in front of us. I don't have a problem with that. I know that Energy Australia, as a proponent, have led a number of information sessions, and that's credit to them. That's what they should be doing as a proponent. We as the council need to gauge the community support for this in our region, and I'm concerned, listening to comments that Councillor Coleman has said, that we've got to be careful we don't become sidelined in a community conversation as a council. We're supposed to be bringing the representative views of our community back into this decision-making forum. And as Mr. White talked to the nature of merit-based decision-making, and I support what Councillor Bryce has said, that, you know, we do need as much information in front of people so they can make as informed a decision as possible. I don't have a problem with us collecting the temperature of the issue along the way. I'd rather not find that the community's running a high fever and, you know, 6 months down the track because we haven't tracked with them. So I'm very comfortable with the concept of having a public meeting. I accept what Councillor Ring said. They are sometimes difficult to manage, and they're difficult to manage the tone of meetings at times. But I believe I'd rather go down that pathway than find myself sidelined as a councillor in this conversation.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Mayor. I might like to say, while it's only a concept, Main Street, Lithgow, has got 30 empty shops. Never mind how many empty shops is in the shopping complex. Now, if a project like this was come to fruition, the stimulus out of this project, would just
Point of order, it's not relevant to the discussion. The discussion is about a public
fantastic.
Excuse
meeting.
me, Councillor Ring. Keep going. Thank you, Councillor.
Excuse me, Councillor Statham, I have called a
I
point
will
of
rule
order.
on it. Thank you. And continue, Councillor O'Connor. There's
Thank
been,
you.
all of you have been off target tonight with not keeping on topic, and I haven't pulled anybody else up. I don't believe Councillor O'Connor is doing anything else but saying what he believes this notice of motion depicts. Thank you. It's not playing favourites. That is being fair.
Thank you, Mayor. Somebody has to speak for the business people. That's going to benefit. If this project goes ahead, it'll bring in millions of dollars per week for businesses, accommodation, concrete plants. I think it's a fantastic project if it goes ahead. I'm totally against any more meetings. They've had their meeting. So that's my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Connor.
Jobs for Lithgow is my theme, not no party, no jobs for Lithgow parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, I do believe there's, and between now and in the next 12 months, certainly there'll be no shortage of public meetings regarding this issue. And council and councillors will always be able to attend, if not invited to attend specifically, like the one on the Sunday recently. You know, and it was, you know, 100 people would be a stretch, but, you know, I can remember Mr. White addressing this council recently, you know, last year, and, you know, scaremongering in the fact that I think 2,500 people per day was the figure of visitors for Lake Lyell, representing better than 10% of the population and the amount of money that they put in. Now, if there's 2,500 people visiting that lake per day and they could not get 100 people there for that meeting, then I think that's a reflection of what the true public interest is. And that is that there is trust until we find out more information, and more information is coming. There is a letter regarding that here now, you know, that through this first quarter, Energy Australia will be making extensive presentations to council and to the public through their Main Street office. And yeah, I just think it's all transparent and it's all good. So I just can't see where, you know, having a specific council one when we're a minor player in this at this stage. Until we've got something to sink our teeth into, I think that we can just hold off.
Thank you, Councillor McGee. Any further speakers? Councillor,
Can I ask a question or?
you can ask a question.
That's up to you, Chair.
You can ask a question, Councillor Bryce.
Councillor Coleman, are you willing to change the June, July date to after the environmental impact statement is released?
I don't even know when that is to be released. Do we actually have a date? We don't have a date, so no, I'm not prepared to change it.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Councillor Goodwin?
Yes, Mayor Statham. A couple of weeks ago, I attended the meeting at Lake Lyell. At the start of the meeting, the convener of the group outlined the rules of how the meeting was going to be conducted. There were 3 questions directed at each councillor, all of the same questions. There was a question about the lease, a question about the back access to the dam, and a question about the hydro. The convener also stated at the start of the meeting that councillors would be stopped from making any political statements. All of the councillors basically said the same thing, with the exception of Councillor Leslie, who appeared to have a personal issue with a senior member of the administration. I then had to sit through Councillor Coleman's election launch, with the convener failing...
Point of order. I did not say that. How dare you? I did not go through... Like, that's a personal attack.
Thank you, Councillor Coleman.
Excuse me, Mayor Statham, that is a personal attack. I have not made any statement at all directed at Councillor Goodwood throughout this meeting. That's a personal attack.
He was speaking about the meeting at Lake Lyell, I believe.
Correct.
It doesn't matter. It's still a personal attack. And you should withdraw it.
No, I'm not withdrawing it. Everyone that was there could see that you were...
Well, point of order. As I said at the beginning, if we're going to run a council by council critique, Councillor Goodwin, maybe you should look around you in close proximity when councillors, how they manage the public speaking at a public meeting. If you've got an interest in it, please, continue your critique of it.
Rule on that point of order. Continue. I agree with what Councillor Marnie has said, Councillor Goodwin, so just continue reading, please. Thank you.
Okay. Thinking this was going to be a genuine meeting about issues at the dam, it turned out to be grandstanding, handing out badges, with the event organiser declaring after the meeting that he was running on Councillor Coleman's ticket for council. The convener...
Point of order. Another personal attack.
Their personal attack, I believe... Excuse me, I'm speaking, thank you.
Well, can we deal with
I'm dealing with it.
unsubstantiated claims? The organiser of the meeting was Mr. Rob White.
It was John...
No, it was not John Cronin.
Yes, it was. All right, it was John Cronin.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
Excuse me.
So I'm talking about John Cronin.
Excuse me. No more speaking, thank you.
The convener of the meeting emailed me thanking me for my attendance, and he emailed me, and the email stated that the meeting didn't go as quiet as he was hoping. When something comes to council about the hydro proposal, I'll give it my due diligence, and council will have the appropriate consultation time for the public. But until then, I will not be attending any more public meetings about this, as the one proposed by Councillor Coleman is more grandstanding, I believe. Prior to this council election, Lithgow people deserve better of this. I will make I was going to ask her to change her recommendation, but I won't. I'll bring this up in urgent business. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin.
Let's get back to what the actual notice of motion is about. Lithgow City Council host a public meeting with the wider Lithgow local government area with an independent chair regarding the Lake Lyell pumped hydro project. We invite Energy Australia, we invite the Lyell Community Group, Penny Sharp, the Minister of Energy. I brought this forward because we should lead the debate. And in the meeting on Sunday, it actually was a suggestion by a resident. I believe actually that Mrs. Thompson brought this forward and I took it on her behalf. Let's just go back to the 30 empty shops. I'm not quite sure how that fits into the debate. As for jobs, well, that's debatable. There will be jobs gained, but there will be jobs lost. I want this meeting to occur because if it's a council meeting led, it would then be led by us. We will be listening to both sides. will be asking questions. Sure, it could happen after the EIS, as Councillor Bryce said. However, I don't know when that will occur. The community is asking for the meeting as well. Collecting views is important to being a councillor.
I'm going to say something before this goes to the vote. It's not very highly.
Point of order.
All right.
I think that was the right of reply.
Call a division.
And we attended, and I'm going to say something now. One thing.
Point of order, the
All
issue
right.
is it's closed.
Councillor Coleman, community submissions regarding Council's draft operational plan. Moving that, Councillor Coleman.
Yes, please.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Coleman.
Firstly, I'd like to thank the management for providing an extension. My understanding...
Excuse me, stop speaking. Councillor is already speaking, thank you.
Firstly, I'd like to thank management for providing an extension already. I understand the extension is until the 15th of February. Thank you very much. That was raised at the meeting at Lake Lyle as well, and I understand that the Mayor brought it forward and it was extended.
Correct.
So credit where credit's due, so thank you for that. This notice of motion is quite simple. It's about providing the community with support. Allowing another 2 weeks is all I'm asking. And it warms my heart that we've already received 34 submissions. That's fantastic. Congratulations to the community. And I have full faith in the staff that they will meet the deadline of the exhibiting the operation plan between April and May. I'm just asking for another 2 weeks in regards to that issue. I'm also asking that we look at Lithgow's official policy in regards to putting matters out to expedition over the Christmas period when Lithgow City Council closed. When things get put out, residents want to ask questions, which is difficult if the council is closed. So I think we need to look at adjusting that particular policy.
Just Councillor Coleman, can I just get you to clear, just for me personally, so I already asked for an extension. Is that another 2 weeks on what I asked?
Yes.
Requested?
Yeah. So you...
Another 2 weeks?
Yeah, until the 29th of February. My understanding is that the extension is already to the 15th of February, which was raised at Lake Lyle, which you took forward.
Yes.
So credit where credit is due. I'm asking for another 2 weeks to be extended to the 29th of February.
Thank you. Councillor Ring? Councillor Ring?
Thank you, Councillor Satham. I'd like to move an amendment or reword point 2 so that it reads that policy 4.1, community engagement and communications policy, is amended to ensure that public consultation is not sought over the Christmas January period when council is closed and key personnel are on leave.
Happy to second that.
I'm going to ask that.
I'm happy to accept that.
Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Thank you, Councillor Marnie.
I don't believe that putting a significant policy document on public exhibition on the 22nd of December, when council is closed for 2 weeks, meets the objectives of the policy for public consultation. It denies residents an opportunity to engage and ask staff. You lose 2 weeks. But even on the 8th of January, when council reopens, there are key personnel that are still not available. If for something as significant and important as the operational plan, we want, and there are councillors in this room who have stated previously, we need greater engagement with the community. Well, 31 is good, whatever the figure is at the moment is good. It should be a lot higher. And we need a policy which allows the community to engage with council, to ask questions of councillors and of key personnel when they are available. Not over the Christmas period, everyone shuts down at least for 2 weeks. So I fully support this.
Thank you, councillor Ring. Anybody
just
else
ask
wishing to speak?
So can I just ask a question, Mayor Statham,
Yes.
to the administration? How does the administration and council deal with things over the Christmas period? Can you explain that to people? It appears it's working because over the Christmas period we did receive 34 submissions. I just want to know if that's the case.
Yeah, so our standard practice would be that we quarantine that period, and so if it's a 4 week, let's say it's a 4 week exhibition period, and it starts before Christmas and goes after Christmas, we would still reserve that 4 weeks. And if there's a week and a half stop, as in this case, it was exhibited for 5 weeks and then 7 weeks. I need to also point out that in this particular example, this is a first engagement, and then there'll be a second engagement when the whole plan's exhibited. But effectively what we do, we still utilise that period of time so people can email, they'll be there when the staff are back. But we still quarantine and provision for the normal exhibition period either side. So you still get normal exhibition period plus the week and a half that the council shuts down for.
Thank you, councillor Goodwin. Councillor Bryce.
I'm pleased to see that we got 34 submissions by the 15th of January. I've said it once and I've said it heaps of times. We need better community consultation with these sorts of things. We need to be better engaging our community. Last year, I think it said we only got 1 submission. That's a huge difference from 34 that we've got so far. I'm pleased to see that that's happening, but as I said, we still need to work on how we engage the community when things go out on exhibition. We really need to work on that. We need to be better at it. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Bryce. Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor Marnie?
I think this was a fairly simple motion, and I think councillor Ring summed it up fairly well. If policies of considerable significance need to go out, using the week leading into Christmas Eve and to Australia Day is not an optimum time to consult with the community. I just think it's a very simple motion, and I'm very happy to support that. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, councillor Marnie. Councillor O'Connor?
Yes, I think it deserves support because it's very common sense. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor O'Connor. Anyone else wishing to speak? No? Right of reply. Thank you, councillor Coleman.
No, I'm fine. The motion can be put.
Right. I'll put the notice of motion 9.4. Thank you. All those in favour say aye. Against? I'm say during the middle of the Christmas week, a dear friend of mine passed away, and I rang the general manager who contacted, and I also contacted Jonathan Edgecombe, and they got their funeral at Meadow Flat within 2 days after being notified. They were told they'd have to wait up to 3 weeks in Bathurst. So, sometimes there are people out there that will come to work. Yes, it's overtime, but they were great.
Can I call a division, please, Mayor? Because the vote was, no one knows what was happening just then. Yeah.
No. All those in favour of 9.4, notice of motion, councillor Coleman. Coleman, Ring, McGee, Leslie, Marnie, Bryce and O'Connor. Thank you. Against? Councillor Goodwin and councillor Statham. (9.5) Notice of motion, councillor O'Connor, Lithgow Environmental Plan Review. Thank you, councillor O'Connor.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Yes, I brought this up because when I got run for council, I said this was the one thing that I wanted changed, or at the very least, that to the change, because I don't believe that the plan that was done before addressed a lot of issues. It's got a vast array of land uses, and it does provide some valuable guidelines, including the state planning requirements and how the land can be used. What is concerning about the Lithgow LEP, it hasn't been reviewed for 10 years, and the restrictions it places on certain land zones. For example, in some cases, a landowner with 97 acres, he's not able to subdivide the land into smaller blocks for family members, and he may want to reside, or his family may want to reside on the same property. Fair enough, if larger blocks, if there's a couple of thousand acres, well, there's only two in the Lithgow region that's of that big, I believe. The rest of it, people are struggling to survive, so I can't see why the review can be started, looking at providing some smaller lots. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Connor. Councillor Bryce?
The fact that the LEP has not been reviewed for 10 years is it's pretty sad. As land changes, as our community changes, we need to keep up with it. We need to be a bit more on the front foot with this work. So, and as Councillor O'Connor has brought up, people with less than 100 acres can't subdivide for families. They are stuck with the 97 acres or whatever it is. We need to be able to do a bit more than that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor
Can I
Bryce.
ask a
Councillor
question?
Leslie?
Could I ask a question? Yes.
Certainly.
Was it the council's administration's plan not to thoroughly review the LEP?
I'm sorry, I'm unable to answer that.
I just take that as a rhetorical question. What's it ask? Can you reframe it?
My question is that that the recommendation is that the Lithgow Environment Plan be thoroughly reviewed, etc. Was it the? I'm asking whether this actually is going to change anything, or was the council intending to do a thorough review anyway?
Mr. Elwood will answer that. Thank you.
Thank you for yourself, Mayor. Council is planning on commencing a review of the LEP in the next financial year. The LEP is reviewed on a 5-yearly basis. The last review was in 2019, and the intention is also to commence shortly a series of contributing strategic reviews which will assist with the LEP review, including a growth land strategy and an employment lands strategy as well. The intention is, through an LEP review, to look at a range of the zonings and the appropriateness. There are considerations that need to be taken into account for rural land zones under some recent state government changes, which have implications for subdivision of rural lands. And there's also the intent to incorporate the suite of other issues that have been raised across the community in the LEP. The LEP full review, the time frame to complete and have adoption of an LEP can take a number of years. But with this full review that we're intending, we will have a plan of how that would be approached and the likely timeframes prepared before it's commenced fully. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Elwood.
Thank you. I'd like to speak now. I'd like to. That certainly sounded like a thorough review to me. So I'd like to congratulate Councillor O'Connor on moving a recommendation to do exactly what the council was planning to do anyway.
Mayor Stephen, if I may,
Certainly, Councillor Ring.
I'd like to move an amendment, please, if I may.
Your amendment, Councillor Ring?
That the administration establish a land use planning committee to work with the appropriate director in commencing the review and discussing it. It is a long process, but I'll wait till I get a seconder to speak to it.
Happy to second it.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie.
Look, I have no problem with reviewing it. There was, as Mr. Elwood said, a review on the previous council. It wasn't a full review, it is an administrative review, and I remember the discussions with Mr. Muir when he was the Director for Planning. Then, as now, there are resourcing issues. And when I came onto council, I was on a land use planning subcommittee, or committee of council, and the whole process for the last LEP was a very intense and heated process. Lots of different views, lots of conflicting interests. I think a committee such as this nature would give councillors some ownership in the process moving forward and greater understanding of the planning process. Planning at the moment is also a moving feast with a number of changes being brought in by the current government. They're bringing in changes to deal with the shortage of housing. I think by establishing this committee, we are starting the process that Councillor O'Connor would like to see, but we're doing it in a much more structured way where we get some ownership of it. That committee and the minutes can move forward into the next council and hopefully they'll take it on. And moving forward, I think we'll get a better result.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor?
Yeah,
Yes. Yes, Councillor Marnie, thank you.
I won't speak in detail, just to support Councillor Ring's statement on that. On the amendment, I'd like to speak to the motion later.
Councillor McGee, thank you.
Yes, I can't support the amendment as it stands. I think that I would like to see the information brought to the whole council as an information session so that we're all involved. Committees tend to be through the day and tend to be selective councillors. So I would like to have a presentation of the current situation and the projections and go from there as an information session. So I don't support the amendment.
Anybody else wishing to speak to Councillor Ring's amendment? Councillor Ring, right of reply, thank you.
Councillor committee meetings are held after work. The only one that I'm aware of that is held during working hours is the Tourism Committee. That's normally allocated 2 hours. It's not relevant. Councillors who have expertise or experience or want to be involved can raise their hand for any committee. The committee can actually involve all councillors. There's no stopping that. But it is a complex process. It's also resourcing and saying we're going to do that review now. There's a need for another strategic planner. And seriously, this council has had trouble with most other councils securing planners of appropriate skill and expertise. We can't put unrealistic expectations on the staff. We need to work with them. In terms of changing the LEP, there is a process now that people can go through. Gateway application. We have a number of people that have already done that, and it can be done by individuals. So I see no reason we shouldn't have a committee.
So in your speech then, I just want to get this quite clear, Councillor Ring. You said you have no problem with all councillors being on the committee, but your amendment said just a selected councillors.
No, I didn't say that. I said for the council to create a committee for land planning. I didn't specify how many councillors.
But would you be open to all councillors being able to attend if it's not operational?
Look, no, I don't care how many councillors on it. You can have a number of councillors. I would recommend that the GM or his representative is a voting member of that council, because then it's not broadcast, and that's not a lack of transparency for the community, just means that we can have more robust debate and discussion, and we can look at stuff in more depth. And I think with an LEP, we really need to have confidential element. I don't care how many people are on it. The terms of reference can be prepared by the staff, put to the councils, and then we can talk. If every councillor wants to be on, I have no problem.
Right. I'll just clarify with Mr Elwood then, our planner. Mr Elwood, is it operational, or can we have all councillors present when this committee is formed? Will you give us reports on a regular basis? General Manager, sorry, thank you.
Mayor, if the motion passes, clearly we'd bring back a report with terms of reference and other arrangements or governance procedures for the committee, and that'll be determined by the council.
So for the amendment, is it, I only want to get this clear so that it's very clear to the people in the public gallery and at home, Councillor Ring's amendment, he's now offering that all committee people, if they choose, could be councillors plus your operational people. So that's what the amendment is at the moment.
If I could, Councillor, say, it's a council committee. It's not one where we're going to ask members from the public. It's only for councillors.
Yes, that's what I mean. Yeah, definitely. So I'm going to put, so is it okay to councillors, if we choose, there's no point in having this voted on unless we can all be on this committee, if we choose to. Oh, all right. So Councillor Ring, would you be happy to bring for the General Manager or Mr Elwood to bring a report back and drop your amendment for this, just so that we can deal with the notice of motion?
No, I'd prefer that they bring back
vote
terms
on the
of
notice
reference.
of motion then. All right. The amendment, sorry. So the amendment for Councillor Ring, all those in favour say aye. Against?
Call a division, please.
Councillor Coleman, Councillor Leslie, Councillor Ring, Councillor Marnie, Councillor O'Connor, Councillor Coleman, Councillor Leslie, Councillor Ring, and Councillor Marnie. Thank you. Yes, so the motion is lost. Against that amendment, the amendment, Bryce, Goodwin, O'Connor, McGee and Statham. So the amendment is lost. We go back now to the original motion of Councillor O'Connor's.
I'd like to speak if I could, please.
Thank you, Councillor Coleman.
In regards to the original notice of motion,
Yes,
because that's
certainly.
where we're back at.
Point of order, Mayor Statham. Can Councillor Leslie please stop talking during... He's just constantly antagonising. He can't stop.
I've got a rule on that, Councillor Leslie. I did see you once again. Please refrain. Just give whoever is the chair and the councillor speaking a little bit of respect. Councillor Coleman, you can continue now, but start from the beginning because I couldn't hear what you said.
Because I didn't even start. Just coming back to the original notice of motion, when I read this, I was quite interested in the management's comment. It states that the current work program is extensive, including dealing with the major rezoning proposal of the former Warrawong power station site and the Lithgow flood study, which is very important pieces of work. The administration is also currently engaging in planning consultants to review selected zoning changes that are required to provide for new Pacific proposed users, including tourism, activity and community facilities. There's a lot of work happening at the moment, what I read from that. So, and my understanding that this whole process is going to take between 2 to 4 years. Before I vote on this, against or for, the question I'd like to ask is, do we even have the staff to take this piece of work on? Where do we sit in regards to resources? Considering the management comment is quite clear in regards to what is currently happening. That's what I'd like to know.
The way I interpret the motion, if it passes, is that the council is affirming that it wants the review of the LEP commenced. There's much detail to work through and that would have to come back. So there are resourcing challenges, but if that's the council's want, well then we'll bring back a budget, we'll bring back a program, we'll bring back a timeline and the like for council's consideration. There are no available resources for that unless we take them off other projects or unless the council votes more money to go towards planning resources. But it's timely because all of that's up for consideration between now and June 30th. We're setting the budget for next year and the work program for next year.
Mayor Statham, if I may please, so I can understand, at the moment, resources are stretched. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Butler? Is that what's being said?
There's certainly a significant workload for quite a lean planning area. And you couple that with skill shortages across that sector. Hence, we're using contractors and the like at every opportunity. But yeah. There's a lot on.
Mayor Statham.
Thank you, Mr. Butler, and thank you, Councillor Coleman. Councillor Goodwin.
Councillor O'Connor if he would consider allowing the motion to go to an information session where we can sit down as a group of people and nut it out and then maybe bring it back to the next council to find out what we've worked out.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, I'm happy for that to happen. And I just got one other question. There was a rural land study done some years back, and I'd like to see that brought forward and see where it got to, because I don't think it was ever released. Thanks.
Right. Thank you, Councillor O'Connor. So, Councillor Goodwin, Councillor O'Connor, you're going to accept a point, another point. So, just to add to that recommendation.
If I may, Mayor, is Councillor Goodwin moving a motion of deferral?
Essentially.
No. Mr. General Manager, thank you.
No, he didn't have to move any motion because the original mover accepted that amendment to his motion. So I would interpret that Councillor O'Connor's motion has been amended by adding to the end of it, and this matter be presented to a future information session.
You happy with that, Councillor O'Connor? Good.
Mayor Statham, before it's put to a vote.
And Councillor Bryce, you're happy with that as a seconder?
Oh, before the writer replied, could I ask a question, please, for
Yes,
you to
certainly,
the
Councillor.
administration? I'd like to know if the Department of Agriculture, and look, I appreciate that Mr. Elwood won't be able to answer this because he's relatively new, but it needs to be asked. The previous council, we continually pursued through the Environment Committee and through planning, a response from the Department of Agriculture on assessing land in the Capity Valley. They're still down there with land that is quarantined under the current LEP. I would like to know if we've got that study, because we can't do anything in that area until we have a proper assessment.
Councillor Ring, the staff will take that question on notice.
I know, I expect that. I just wanted to raise that question
yes,
because
I
it's a
agree.
serious issue. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor Munn. Your microphone, please, Councillor Marnie.
Thank you, Mayor Statham. I was just saying I'm happy to support the notice of motion as it stood from Councillor O'Connor. The information sessions will be a matter of course with an activity of this scale, so I'm not quite sure what the concept of nutting it out is. The review will come forward as it does. I think there's a number of issues, and I note and thank Mr. Elwood for his answer there. Obviously, the employment strategy and the growth plan strategy and the rural land study all are considerations, as is the missing component in the housing strategy, which I don't believe will arrive within this term, which is completely disappointing to me, given that I raised it very early in the term and the information session was in fact voted down, as well as a community forum. That needs to be at the heart of what our housing needs are. I note some of the infrastructure constraints and also opportunities that sit there. We're still waiting on the flood risk mitigation planning documents. They will influence the constraint mapping of the urban landscape and the limitations that are placed there. Equally so will, and I know some councillors believe it's one report too many, but one of the biggest limitations to some of the edge development in sections of Lithgow Urban is the downstream impact from those sewage branch structures, the stormwater systems. Until we fix some of these things up, there's going to be significant limitations to development above certain elevations in the Lithgow Valley. And most of those are the brown and green field sites. So there's a number of things that need to come into this consideration. So I appreciate that, again, Mr. Elwood and Mr. Butler's comments there, that there is a body of work to be done in the front end of this, looking at it next financial year. But certainly we do need to review infilling, whether that's part of it, and the impact that has on stormwater and sewage systems in Lithgow. We need to look at rural land studies to look at whether agriculture and horticulture continues to be a central pillar of our economy, or is lifestyle, 100-acre lots, what we see our farming future going towards. So I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done in advance of this. There's a lot of systems-based work that needs to be done, and I applaud the staff for what they do. I do get suggestions of insinuations. I can assure anyone they will know what my thoughts are about people, because I don't go around sending mixed messages to people. We are tackling those infrastructure issues, but they are critical to releasing land in the Lithgow urban landscape. And until they're solved, there really is no more subdivision above, particularly the economic zone of Western Main Street and the residential zones attached to that. We can't have a situation where we add more grey surfaces into that system to continue to flood those buildings and those precincts. So that needs to be part of this LEP planning. So I'm very happy to support Councillor O'Connor. I think the notice of motion, although it focusing largely on a rural setting, is timely, and I'm glad to see the go button starting on that. So I'm happy to support the motion as it was.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Anyone else wishing to speak tonight? Right of reply. Thank you, Councillor O'Connor.
Oh, put it up, thank you.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Notice of motion, Councillor Marnie, sewer management, installation of sewer reflux valves.
Sorry, Connor.
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Yes. Apologies, Councillor O'Connor. 9.6, notice of motion, Councillor O'Connor, Lithgow Recycling Centre. You're moving that, Councillor O'Connor?
Yep, I'll move
Seconder, thank you. Seconder, thank you. I'm not sure who was first. Councillor Ring? Councillor O'Connor?
Yes, while the new recycling centre waste depot is a fabulous addition to council, and everybody down there works hard, and I visited the place multiple times over Christmas, and I had only one concern. When you drive off the concrete, there's 2 or 3 acres of road base there, and at the time, after all the rain, it was boggy and everything else. And my other concern that when it dries out, car go over it, there is silica in that road base, and it's going to get dusty even if you keep watering it. And that can affect the health of the workers down there. So my whole thing is a 2-coat seal over the lot of it, and I think that would do the job. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Connor. I think Mr Edgecombe then was taking notes. I'll put the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Excuse me.
Sorry? Oh, sorry, Councillor Ring.
I'd actually like to commend Councillor O'Connor on his motion. It actually shows good governance. He's asking for a report to come back if there's funding. I've sat and moved items in this council where councillors have said, we have a 4-year plan, we've got a budget, we've got to stick to it. Well, he's asking if there's funding available. I'd like to know if it's also a priority I don't know if you would be open to have the report modified so that it's assessed in terms of priority works, and I appreciate the staff health. But I would like to see the report come back. I'm not happy with a management comment that says, oh, it's only a little bit of work. Well, I don't know what a little bit of work and that sort of thing is, and I don't think that's an acceptable response. We need to see the costings, we need to know where the money's coming from, and we need to know if it's a priority. Staff safety and resident safety is very important, but we've got a lot of problems out there as well. So I look forward to seeing the report.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Any other speakers? Thank you, Councillor Bryce.
I think I do can commend Councillor O'Connor for bringing this forward. Silica now has become a major issue in workplace safety, as we know now that stone benches are being cancelled because of the silica content. The last thing is we want to bring any silica issues to our workers out there. So having the place sealed would be a big benefit for the safety of our staff.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor Goodwin?
Yeah, Mayor Statham, I also agree with Councillor Ring. This is a good nom for, as Councillor O'Connor has asked Council to investigate and report back if there is funding. This is how a notice of motion should be written.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor Marnie?
No, I'm very happy.
Yes. Councillor McGee?
Yes, silica is very much the new asbestos as far as it goes amongst the stone trade. It's everyone's more than aware of the risks involved, but to have it in a public place in the future, it's just be a matter of finishing off an already exemplary project. So I think that the costings will come through in good fashion, so it should be fine. Thank you.
Councillor McGee? Anybody else? Okay, right of reply. Thank you, Councillor O'Connor.
No, I'm happy with that, thanks.
Right, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Unanimous, thank you. Councillor Marnie, sewer management installation of sewer reflex valves, 9.7, page 20. Thank you.
Thank you. Hopefully this meets Councillor Goodwin's standard of how notices of motion should be written.
Could I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Thank you, Councillor Marnie.
Thank you, Mayor Stephen. At the previous meeting, yes, I continue to have a focus on this. This is another issue that I raised, identifying the vulnerabilities in our sewer and stormwater system at the very first meeting that I was at as a councillor. I'll continue to bring suggestions, recommendations, and I'll continue to track the progress of it. And I do acknowledge and I applaud the staff. As I said, I'm very direct in what my views are on people. I won't be going sneaking around shadows and making comments on people. I believe, you know, the work such as the sewer main relining, the manhole work, the smoke testing, the CCTV camera work is all getting us towards that system we need to. I was asked to bring more specific detail to my conversations, that I was vague. I think I've been pretty clear about what the issue is. It's about sewer in people's houses that isn't theirs. It's their neighbourhoods. So I'm bringing something that's very specific. I'm suggesting that we look at triaging those heavily affected residents and utilise reflux valves, sewer reflux valves, to stop that persistent and unacceptable delivery of service. We're unfortunately delivering the service in reverse. They're looking for sewer extraction from their property, we're delivering it to them. Those people in those situations, it's not acceptable that that continues. If we look at this as a way of triaging, as in a medical setting, we make sure we take those people out of the red zone. I'm happy to receive advice on that as part of coming back into the operations reports. So that's the reason for me why I'm bringing this in. If that bothers councillors, I'm sorry, it doesn't worry me. I think it's important that the people who are being impacted on this need to see our public decision making and our public process attached to resolving what is a significant public health issue in our town. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Manny. Councillor Ring?
I've spoken to this issue before on the previous council. We're not a third world country, and our residents should not have third world services. I'm not blaming this council. This problem, and I said this at the previous time when Councillor Mahoney raised it, this is a long-term problem. It's gone on for decades and decades. And yes, the staff are coming up with, they've got a program of, and it's not going to get an immediate resolution. It's a long-term problem. The introduction of the reflux valves, particularly for those houses where raw sewage is pumping back up, and it's a significant issue, needs to be addressed. By adopting this recommendation, the council buys itself time for the long-term management of the issues, but it removes the risk of raw sewage going to people's houses and of disease and contamination. It needs to be dealt with, and I think this is the most appropriate and effective way to deal with it in the short term. Longer term, there's a lot of work to be done. This gives us a fix now to hit those houses that are most affected. And I'm sure we have records of those who are affected. I'm sure we've got lots of complaints over the years. So it shouldn't be a problem identifying those who are most at risk. I see this as a good resolution to the issue.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Coleman?
Thanks, Mayor Statham. Considering sewer management and stormwater are both water-related and core business, I wanted to just mention Mr. Price, who was here earlier. I understand there was an undertaking for Mr. Edgecombe to go out and check the stormwater rushing through those properties, which is really important. He had called numerous times, and Councillor Marnie and I did visit with him on Australia Day, and it was mentioned a possible V drain going through Crown land. So I just wanted to make that a possible V drain passing through Crown lands to avoid it going through the properties. I don't know if that's possible or not. I'm not an expert. I was going to raise the issue in the operations,
Councillor
but there's
Coleman,
no operations
sorry,
minutes.
I've just been advised that it's not related to this.
No, it is
matter.
off topic. I do admit that, but Councillor O'Connor earlier went off topic, so I thought that I would try it as well.
Could you please bring that to the Operations Committee?
There is no. I was going to raise it in the Operations Committee meeting minutes, which are not in the business paper tonight. I'm assuming they were missed. The meeting happened on the 5th of December, but we don't actually have a copy of those minutes. So I'm assuming that they'll be in the next meeting.
So would you like to continue then about the situation in Portland?
No, I think I've basically had my say.
All right. Thank you.
Point of order, Mayor Statham. Can Councillor Leslie stop antagonising me? He's talking all through this meeting. He has told me how to vote, and now he is telling me, as chairman, I should be supplying the minutes for that meeting.
No, Madam Mayor. What I asked was, as chairman, he could explain why the minutes of the Operations Committee are not on this business paper.
And should he be able to do that without calling a point of order?
5th of December. 5th of December. It's not on the business paper. Perhaps the chairman could explain why it's not here.
Mayor Statham, could we get back on topic, please?
This is not related at all to what Councillor Coleman was speaking about or the actual notice of motion from Mr. Marnie, Councillor Marnie, excuse me.
Yes, I actually called a point of order to ask Councillor Leslie to stop talking
this is
and
your
addressing
second
me
warning,
through
Councillor
this
Leslie.
meeting.
If you do it again, I will be asking you to leave the chambers. Thank you.
Mayor Statham, can I ask a question?
Yes, you can.
Could we please restrict all discussion, as per the Code of Conduct and Code of Meeting Practice, to the topic at hand? If it does not relate to the issue in front of us, it does not get discussed. There's no cutting slack for people. Let us focus on the issues at hand.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Marnie? Sorry, Councillor Bryce, thank you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know, it's the beard. Before I can vote on this, I really would like to know how many properties will be affected with, how many properties will be installed with the sewer influx valves or you need to be installed, and the costing for this, you know, and where that money's coming from. Like, and also, is this mean these are going to be installed inside the property or outside the property? I need more information, and also the costings. That's a really big one, and how many properties are going to be affected. So, can I sort of change and ask for a Councillor Marnie, could I ask for a report back before we vote on this, on the costings and how many properties are going to be affected by this, you know, and where they're going to be installed?
I don't have a problem with costings being considered, but if we're not delivering the baseline service, an acceptable service level, this cannot persist, regardless of the cost.
I live in Extension Estate and I understand that, but I want to know how many properties are affected. Where, I mean, are they going to be digging up people's yards? Are they going to be outside in the back lanes? I need to understand that information a bit more.
Well, I'm happy for a report to come back from Mr. Trapp. I am not happy for this to persist as an unacceptable service level. The people should be getting their sewer rebate.
Yeah, I understand that, Councillor Marnie. I'm just trying to understand.
Councillor, okay, thank you, Councillor Bryce.
Can I just finish?
Marnie,
Can I finish?
1 moment, please. Are you going to accept Councillor Bryce?
I'm happy to receive a report back, yes. And if that is contained in the report that was requested at the last meeting, so it's an additional item, I'm happy for it to be a costed component. And I'm happy for it to have a priority list. So, yeah.
Yeah, I just would like a better understanding of how many houses, the cost, and also where are they installed. I live in Extension Estate. Is the back lanes going to be ripped up? Are the yards going to be ripped up to put this in? I just need to understand it a bit more.
Mr. Trapp, would you like? Mr. Trapp may be able to address some of your issues, Councillor Bryce. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Statham. Yeah, some of those I won't have the answers to right now, such as the numbers and the costs associated. Reflux valves are typically installed in place of a boundary trap, so it will be within the property boundary and in line with the property owner's connection. In some instances, yeah, there may be roadworks to actually get access to the junction, the connection, and then the main line coming out of properties. But we would have to take it on a case-by-case sort of basis to get a really good understanding of what works would be involved. But that can all be provided in a future report.
Thank you, Mr. Trapp. Thank you, Councillor Bryce.
Excuse me, Councillor Stephen, a seconder. I mean, I support, I was actually going to move an amendment to the same effect, but I'd like the recommendation to have this report brought back to the next council meeting. I can be a point too if... I'm
a bit confused.
You'd already spoken, hadn't you, Councillor Ring?
I was the seconder, so...
Yeah, that's correct.
I have to agree to the changes.
Yes.
So what I'm asking, and I'm happy to move a second point, is that a report, or even to rework this to, that a report on the sewer reflux valves, costings and impact be brought back to the next council meeting. I think that satisfies...
Isn't that what Councillor Bryce just moved?
Yeah, but it hasn't, no words have gone up. And if those words go up, I mean, Councillor Bryce's name can go
It's
to, I
coming
don't
up
care.
now.
I just want the clarity on it.
I think it's pretty clear, Councillor Ring. Actually, I do.
Yeah, no, that's fine. It wasn't
Yeah, that's
there.
good. But I agree with both of you.
Yeah, that's fine. There's no argument.
Councillor Goodwin?
Mayor Statham, were we leaving number 1 in, or waiting for the report to come back? If 1's in and a report comes back, it means that 1's in anyway. So we either need a report to come back to council, and then we go back to number 1, or we may as well not have a report because it's in there.
Mayor Stephen, as I was saying earlier, could we just amend the second point, get rid of the first point, so that council receives a report on costings for the introduction of sewer reflux valves? How many, and that's basically all we need. And we don't need the first point, we can get rid of Councillor Mahoney's happy.
You're happy with that, Councillor? Yes. Councillor Ring? Right, any other speakers? Councillor McGee?
Yes, I think it's an extremely important part of addressing all of these issues, and especially the ones that, you know, on top of that, that will be involved with the LEP review that Councillor Marnie suggested. be involved with the LEP review. So this gets that started, and, you know, because it is of the first importance. So, but also will roll into the LEP review as well, I think. So it's all well timed.
Thank you, Councillor McGee. If there's no other speakers, right of reply, Councillor Marnie. Thank you.
No, I'm happy with the discussion. I'm happy for you to put it to the vote, Mayor Statham.
I'll put the motion. Thank you. All those in favour say aye. Unanimous. Thank you. Councillor Marnie, Council representation at the Lithgow Bushfire Management Committee. You're going to move that?
Yes, Mayor Statham.
Have a seconder, thank you.
Happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Councillor Marnie.
Obviously, the Chifley region and the Lithgow region have significant risk elements, and particularly the eastern sector, given its exposure to the Blue Mountains Plateau and the impact of wildfires during those events. This is statistically upheld with the number of Section 44s in the eastern section and also the amount of call-outs. So as a council, we also have a vested interest in the function of both the rural fire services and the town brigades, given that we're a contributor to both. We're contributing about 12% into the RFS, and our residents, through their insurance, contribute a significant amount to the operations of the RFS. I see our participation in the two committees that are part of that service as being critical, and that our attendance at those meetings are critical. Now, the recommendation is that we make a statement that we're reaffirming its support and recognition of the RFS's primary concept and its role as a volunteer organisation, and also that we ensure that we've got adequate coverage of councillors to attend these meetings. Now, I don't receive the minutes, as it's not as I understand, this is my understanding is being brought to me, it's not a meeting of a council committee. However, council representatives go to those meetings representing us as a councillor group. I have little visibility of the business of those committees. So what I'm suggesting, I'm getting reports back to me. I'm getting reports coming back through personnel out of the RFS in considerable numbers that they're concerned about our attendance at these. I can't quantify that, whether both council laws are attending those meetings or whether councillor staff are. I thank Mr Edgecombe for providing me with the staff, what I understand the staff attendance, but I can't go beyond that. So I have no idea what the business of the meetings are and our attendance. And so my suggestion is that if we're having problems with councillor attendance, that we utilise alternates to ensure that we have a presence at those meetings. So my recommendation is that we nominate 2 alternates to both those committees to ensure that we have councillor presence. I note the management comments that it might be problematic if that we may not be able to understand the working of the committee and the subject matter. I think being a councillor is a challenging role where you need to get your head across a lot of subject matter. I don't see that attending an emergency services is a challenge too far. So firstly, I need to have some understanding of, and I think the council does, of our councillor attendance and our staff attendance. If there is an issue with conflicting workloads, that we develop a system that in fact provides an alternate to attend. So that's the intent of the motion.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Marnie. Councillor Coleman.
Thanks, Mayor Statham. Several of the group captains actually made representation to both Councillor Marnie and I in regards to this issue just prior to Christmas. They were insistent that they wanted councillor representation. I respect that an office of council was attending, but they were insistent. They want a councillor representation. And I'm not fussed on who is allocated to be the representative as long as they're able to attend when meetings are required. So I'm happy I don't care who's the councillor as long as they're able to attend. If they can't attend, then yeah, an alternate would be great.
Mr. Edgham's just going to speak to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Statham. Just speaking more generally, as I spoke with Councillor Marnie about earlier in the week, we have identified what the source of the problem is, in our opinion, which is that the last two meetings were invitations were sent just by email, and there were no calendar invitations sent, which meant none of these meetings were found in the Mayor's calendar or my own, and unfortunately we missed them. I do reaffirm the importance of these meetings, and I know the Mayor agrees as well, and we make every attempt to attend. I've raised this issue with the RFS 3 times now, and I've not yet received a response, so I will raise it at the next available meeting, which I believe is next week. It is critical for us to receive those in order to make sure that we do plan in advance, so our assistants can make alternate arrangements if we're unable to attend. So in terms of staff attendance, the actual staff, myself and my delegates, we've attended in the last 3 years. There's been 9 meetings. We've attended 7, missing the 7th of Feb and the 20th of June. In terms of the Mayor's attendance, over the last 9 meetings, 3 have been missed, and they weren't in her calendar. So it's as I indicated, there's been council representation for all but 2 of the last 9 meetings over the past 3 years, as we weren't properly invited.
Thank you, Mr. Edgecombe. Anybody else wishing to speak? Councillor Bryce?
Yeah, sorry. So the terms of who runs these meetings, the RFS. So they have a terms of reference on their meetings and who can attend. Do they allow external people, other people to attend the meeting? Is that in their terms of reference? If we want a councillor to attend, we would have to change the term of reference of their meetings. Is that correct?
Look, it's a great committee. I very much
Yeah, I
enjoy
know. I'm just
going.
saying
It's
if they
by invitation.
only. But
so
if
there's one next week, for instance, in Bathurst, it's by invitation only.
so, a councillor alternate would not be acceptable in their terms of reference.
We'll take that on notice and contact you with an answer to that, Councillor Bryce, if that's okay, unless you can answer that. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Statham, it is the Mayor that's specifically referenced in the terms of reference for attendance of those meetings, but if other councillors would like to attend, or if there's a request for a delegate, I'm sure that the request can be made of the RFS and we can seek their advice.
If I could, Mayor Statham, just to add to Mr. Edgecombe's statement, on the previous council, I attended one of the meetings, or 2 of the meetings, in place of Mayor Thompson when I was Deputy Mayor. There was no issue with it then.
Thank you, Councillor Ring, for that information.
Thank you.
We will take that on board, Councillor Ring.
Yes, I think I got elected on to the delegate to the fire service. I haven't had one invitation since the day I got elected.
I'm not sure whether you didn't
Was
get
it me?
invitations because I was attending. Yes, but let's find out, because it's a fantastic committee and I hate to miss them. One of the 3 that I missed, I was out of the country for one. The other one, Trinity was going to look up for me to see what was on. There was 2 conflicting things, but I didn't get invitations to them. I heard it second hand. And the other one, I didn't even know that it was on. There is one in Bathurst next week, which you'll be attending. But let's get those reports back, because it's important if we need another delegate, or in terms of what Councillor Ring has suggested, I think it would be fine if the Deputy Mayor, they are usually about 2 o'clock of the day or early in the morning. But anyway, let's get some answers if that's okay. Yes, all right.
Mayor Statham, if I may.
Councillor Leslie was first.
Well, thanks, Mr. I think we've got to make a couple of assumptions here. And one would be that the RFS would not be hardline on this, stating, no, it can only be such and such. I think that they would, I'd assume that. And secondly, I think we have to assume that any alternate delegate from this council would be a person who, having accepted the fact that they'd be an alternate person, would be happy to go. Otherwise they wouldn't have accepted. So I think those two assumptions we can take. Now, should both yourself and the alternate attend, then I think that's just adding experience to the alternate and showing the RFS that this council is supportive and sympathetic to what they're trying to do, and to be part of, to show that we're part of our community with them. So I think it's a perfectly sensible motion to choose an alternate and advise the RFS that that's what we've done, and should they disagree, well, they will advise us.
Thank you, Councillor Leslie. That was a good comment. And Councillor O'Connor, you are the next in line, so to speak, so you would be, I'm sure, welcomed at any meeting that you would like to come to. We'll try and get you an invitation. Thank you.
Councillor Stephen, if I may. With the permission of the mover and seconder, I'd like to add a third point.
Have you already spoken, Councillor?
No, I added to Mr. Edgecombe's discussion, and I just gave an example of what happened on the previous council.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to move a point 3, that council brings back reports on RFS meetings as a regular item when they occur to council meetings. They only need to be summaries. And I'll explain.
So is this an amendment, or are you just going to add it?
If the mover and seconder are happy for me to add it, then it doesn't need to be an amendment.
All right. The mover and the second, are you happy for this to occur? Thank you, Councillor Money. Thank you, Councillor Coleman.
Mayor Stephen, you may remember, I think it was one of the early finance meetings I went to, we were talking about fires. There was an issue that came up. You raised it and then I raised it. It was about hazard reductions and the lack of work being done on Hassan's walls. You were going to seek information. Mr. Butler said he'd get it. The response that came back was, well, you guys get the reports, you know what's going on. I don't get the reports. I don't believe any of the other councillors do. I would like to know, because I'm involved with the South Bowenfells Brigade and they speak to me, and I do know that we haven't had a hazard reduction on Hassan's walls. There's been one in place for a number of years. It is a big risk to our community. I'd like just a summary to come back of the meetings so we know what's going on. I'd like to know what the hazard reduction planning for our community is. And I'm also concerned, it's very important to have our reps there, because in the last council there was a move, an attempt to relocate the Fire Control Centre to Bathurst. While ever I'm on council, I will not support that. This community has far more Section 44 fires than Bathurst. It is critical that we have a control centre. So I think it's important that we get regular updates when council meets with the RFS so we know what's going on and that we can talk to people in the community.
Just for the record, Councillor Ring, I absolutely agree with you about the representation and the hazard reduction. And the day they voted on that, there would have been approximately 20 representatives from all over. I voted for it to stay in Lithgow. I have no idea it was already sort of planned. So, so I can't say any more than that, but it wasn't the practice.
Sorry, I wasn't having a shot at you or anyone on count.
That's all right.
I think, as you're aware, we need to be vigilant on.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Any other speakers? Thank you. If there's no other speakers, right of reply, Councillor Marnie.
I thank the councillors for the debate on this. The thing that's telling for me is that if we have representatives on that committee, the council need to have visibility on any emerging issues. Councillor Ring's addressed one in regard to where fire control centres are. during the Gossamer Mountain Fire, our fire control centre sat in the Hawkesbury. I'm still not convinced that that was the best decision. So some people might shake their heads as I go down the line, but that's okay. I'll let them do that. But the eastern edge of the Oakey Park and the Vale and the people of Clarence and Dargan need to make sure our systems are the most efficient systems for our group captains to respond to emergency events. Having a fire control centre based in the low-risk western portion of the region is not a good outcome. So I need to know, and like Councillor Ring, I will strongly oppose a merger and a move of any fire control centres to Bathurst from this eastern area. If I don't have visibility of the business, I'd like to finish my point here, or when everyone's finished. If I don't have visibility of the business, I have no influence on what our representatives are taking to that meeting or influencing that meeting to do. So at the moment, that's a problem for me. I'm not seeing the minutes of this meeting, which we, as an elected council, through our representatives, are participating in. Thank you.
I need to clarify with respect and look to give effect, of course, to number 3, but you need to recognise it's not our meeting. And there will be matters of confidence discussed there, one would imagine. The same would be the Upper Macquarie County Council. So we'll have to find a way to navigate through that. But yes, we'll certainly, I think the tenet is that there be a flow of information, but we'll be fettered in what we can bring back to the council because it's not our meeting.
With respect, Mr Butler, that goes without saying. That's not an issue.
Can we have the motion put, please, Mayor?
Yes, but just for the record, I do not chair this. I'm an invitee, and the same as Councillor O'Connor, so I hope from now on in Councillor O'Connor can manage to attend these meetings. Mr Edgecombe would like to speak. Thank you.
Mayor, if I could I move a procedural motion that we put the motion, please?
I'm going to put the motion right now. All those in favour say aye. Against? Unanimous. Thank you.
Mayor Stephen, could I move for a 10-minute recess, please?
Yes, I'm going to do the question with notice, Councillor Ring, and then we're going to have a 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
So 10.1, page 24, question with notice, Councillor Ring, schedule of roadworks. You're moving that, Councillor Ring?
No, it doesn't get moved and
question
it doesn't
with
get
notice, that's
debated.
correct, yes.
I'm happy for it just to be noted, it's there.
Right, thank you.
There's no discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. There will be a 5-minute recess, thank you. So be back in 5 minutes. Thank you. Now, thank you. Ten point two, question with notice, councillor D. Goodwin, councillor
Mayor
resignation.
Stephen, I'd just like to advise I'd like to leave the chambers for this one. Thank you.
Pardon?
He doesn't have to advise you, just let.
No worries, thank you, councillor Marnie. Councillor Goodwin, you're going to move this, thank you.
There's no moving,
no-
there's
Oh,
no
sorry, I
debate
didn't
or
read
discussion.
that. Yes, it is,
I'm
it's a
happy
question
with
with
the answer,
notice,
thank
thank you. Yes.
That's just a question. I've got the answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll get councillor Mahoney.
Eleven point one, page 27, notice of rescission. Notice of rescission. Councillor Coleman, Councillor Leslie, Councillor Marnie, the 30th of the 1st, 2024. Commemorations and announcements at council meetings.
Thank you, Ms. Statham.
You're going to move that?
I'll head off on this one.
Thank you.
Yes.
Have a seconder, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, councillor Coleman.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce, for asking for the seconder. I'm sure the Mayor could have coped with that, but that's excellent.
Okay, just trying to help you out.
That's good. I note there is no management comment, and unlike the commentary of the pumped hydro boreholes rescission motion, which was written by the General Manager, I wrote this commentary. I didn't speak to this motion when it was moved by Councillor McGee in November. I thought it was a joke, and it was only there for a bit of a laugh. When Councillor O'Connor congratulated the Black Gold Motel for their award during the celebrations and announcements, I thought that Councillor McGee's notice of motion would never pass. There must be a word for acting one way and then voting in the opposite way. This agenda item has worked well for 7 years. It didn't need changing. I don't work for the Mayor. I work for the citizens of this city. This is a freedom of speech issue. And one way or another, if I need to make an announcement or acknowledge an achievement of one of our citizens, I will find a way to do it. Of course, if this rescission motion is carried, there's still nothing to prevent Councillor McGee from forwarding his announcements directly to the Mayor before 6:30 p.m. on the evening of the meeting.
Thank you, councillor Leslie. Councillor Coleman, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Statham. Yeah, I didn't speak on this matter in the last meeting either. There was more important matters to discuss at that meeting, so I just didn't bother. As for this, in regards to streamlining the meeting, as it states in the commentary, well, it only takes less than 5 minutes to make the announcements. In regards to professionalism, well, the community will judge on that. What I could do every month is submit a notice of motion, heading, celebrations and announcements, ask the community prior to the notice being sent out, what would you like me to announce? I wouldn't call that streamlining a meeting or putting forward, couldn't be said that I was putting forward a rubbish motion. That wastes time. So this is why I support the rescission motion, and I think we should have the option to bring forward announcements and commemorations, and it has been working for the past, 7 years, was it said?
Thank you, councillor Coleman. Councillor Bryce.
So I looked into this issue as far as other councils at meetings, because sometimes our meetings go on and on and on, and I just wanted to see if other councils have the same issue. Now, I checked Bathurst, Blue Mountain City Council, Orange, Maitland, Cessnock, Singleton, to try and get a good cross section of LGAs. None of them have these commemorations and announcements. I'd say 90% of them had prayers, but anyway, they had none of them had these commemoration and announcements. It was becoming of becoming a funeral announcement of people that ours as councillors knew, not a general wide community of announcements. I felt that it needed to be streamlined, it needed to be cut back. We did have a long speech from Councillor Marnie when Mrs. Groves passed away, and that was fair enough. There was a long one, but it does become everyone puts in their 2 bobs worth, and it doesn't cover everyone in our community. It just covers the ones that we know. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Anybody else wishing to speak to this? Councillor
Yes, it's a joke and a bit of a laugh. Fine words and a rubbish motion from Councillor Coleman. The community will judge this behaviour. They really will. And I think you're making a joker of yourselves. You can think back 7 years, we've had better than 10 years of negative growth in this LGA. And everyone speaks so fondly of previous councils and all of the things they've managed to stop. Well, we need to get somewhere.
Point of order, relevance to the
relevance
issue.
is that...
No, sorry, I have called a point of order.
Okay.
The Mayor
Yes,
will...
Councillor Ring, excuse me, address me. I will listen
Thank
to your
you.
point of order. Yes, stay on topic, please, Councillor McGee.
No worries.
No, okay, thank you. Thank you.
No worries. So we won't go back the 7 years then. We made our decision on that night on what to do, 2 months, and we didn't need another 2 months to think about what to say against it.
Thank you, Councillor McGee. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Mayor Stephen.
Councillor Ring.
A rescission motion is in the Code of Meeting Practice as a legitimate meeting practice, and you can put it in within a certain period of time. Councillor Bryce as well, right. There's very few councillors that will actually do this. We may be unique. It did work well, and yes, people do get forgotten. Generic statements are not appropriate. Could I ask why you didn't acknowledge the death of Dick Austin, OAM, who passed recently, who was one of the largest industrialists in this community, started out as a fitter and a turner on the railways, ended up a significant person. By missing it, regardless of the reason, Councillor Stapleton, you don't have to answer.
No, you've just said a
Yeah,
comment.
I've
I'm happy
asked
to
why.
answer.
Yep.
So just 1 minute. On behalf of the Lithgow City Council, the Mayor expressed sincere sympathy and condolences to families that have lost loved ones since the last council meeting. So I could have gone on with Johnny Miles from Portland, went to 3 funerals in a week.
Okay.
I could have gone on. There was some I didn't know the people, so I didn't go. So I suggest that you get your facts right and don't accuse me of not going to
Councillor
expressing
Stapleton,
statements about Dick Austin.
I didn't make accusations. I just asked why you didn't, because you're a significant industrialist in this community, and a generic. If we're just going to have a generic statement, we shouldn't even have this. The idea and intent when this was brought in was to acknowledge people who passed in the community, significant people, not just someone down the road. People have made a big contribution, and to acknowledge the work of those unsung heroes who get very little consideration. I'd like to see it done that way so we can all put a name in so someone doesn't forget someone. It doesn't take long, 5 minutes on the meeting agenda. It's not a major issue.
Thank you, Councillor Ring.
Mayor Statham,
Councillor Goodwin, thank you.
we've had 2 speakers for and 2 speakers against. Can we put the motion?
I'd be very happy to do that, Councillor Goodwin.
No, I'd like to speak.
That's blocking debate.
Yeah, if we're going to close, point of order, if we're going to close down debate, I didn't vote for the social media. I didn't vote for the media policy. I watch people on social media, and I'm interested in this term coming up, rubbish motions. It's floating around like a little virus between about 4 people. Someone decides on their private.
I do have to put the
Can you
motion
stay
now.
on topic?
Excuse me,
Stay on
Councillor
topic.
Bryce, Councillor Litmani. I do believe it was Councillor Coleman said it was a rubbish motion. Is that correct, Councillor Coleman?
I said that I could put forward a rubbish motion, yes, which was...
So I have to do what the code of meeting practice.
Whatever.
Stop, Councillor Marnie. Councillor Marnie and Councillor Bryce. Councillor Bryce, this is your first warning. Councillor Bryce, Councillor Marnie, would you please apologise to Councillor Bryce?
I'm happy to apologise to Councillor Bryce when she apologises for a number of issues over the last year. And
I'll stop it, please.
Point of order, can we get back to the meeting at hand? There is,
So there's been a request, I have to place.
you
I
have to put a
the motion.
procedure, yeah.
That's correct,
Yeah.
I do know what I'm doing. All those in please of Councillor Goodwin's motion, thank you.
No,
Yep.
no, of the motion.
Of the motion, thank you.
Do I get a right of reply?
What motion are we talking?
No, you do.
I don't get a right of reply on a rescission motion. Is this, just for the record, a rescission motion, every other councillor for the last 7 years gets a right of reply. But I'm being denied today. Thank you, councillor.
Do you know?
Thank you, councillor Goodwin.
I'll let him have a say.
Point of order, Mayor Statham.
Councillor Leslie, I'd like you to keep, have your reply. I don't want you not to have a
Can,
right
yeah,
to
can
reply.
we get back to the debate? There was my understanding was that councillor Goodwin moved a procedural motion that the motion be put, which
That's
is
correct.
blocking debate. So that has to be put. So let's put that. If it gets up, then the motion goes through. If it doesn't, we continue the debate.
Could I
General
ask?
Manager, the General Manager will clarify what is the correct procedure. Thank you.
By my interpretation, councillor Goodwin has advanced a request that the motion be put. The councillor is able to do that after two councillors speak for the motion and two speak against. The mayor has no discretion. The mayor must then put the motion.
Then put.
I'll put the motion. Thank you.
Can we understand what we're voting for, Mayor? Are we voting for the actual motion, or are we voting for
We're
the procedural
voting
motion?
for the rescission motion.
No, procedural or rescission?
The rescission motion.
Doesn't require a second.
It doesn't require a seconder. Just let me find my right page. Thank you.
So you need to call for voting for.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour, thank you. Against, thank you. Lost, thank you. I will call a division on that, thank you. I think it's quite, yes, I think it's a great idea.
Point of order, can councillor Leslie please stop this incessant chatter?
Just have the motion be put. We've had the motion be put. Are you calling division?
Calling a division, thank
Right,
you.
cool.
All those in favour of the rescission motion? Coleman, Ring and Leslie and Marnie. Against? Bryce, Goodwin, O'Connor, McGee and Statham. Carried. Lost, thank you. We now move on, thank you, to 12.1, caring for our community. And I will not be voting on this. Sorry, I will be not leaving the chambers on this, thank you. Oh, sorry, 2 steps ahead of myself. Right, could I please have somebody move this, thank you?
I'll move it.
Thank you, councillor Bryce. A seconder, thank you. Thank you, councillor Marnie. Councillor Bryce.
No, nothing to say.
Councillor Marnie. Thank you. Anybody else wishing to
Councillor
speak?
Statham, if I may, I have 3 questions for you to the administration.
Yes,
I'd
certainly.
like to hear the answers before I make a decision on this. The first question, it's been brought to my attention that allegedly a number of systems have been installed and the treatment plant is not operational, but the systems in the residences are working and they're pumping down to the plant and we're pumping out and taking it elsewhere. I'd just like to know if that's correct and what the cost is.
Mr. Trapp, thank you.
Through you, Mayor Statham, so I can answer one of those. We are currently doing that, so the reticulation is currently operational. All the residents that are connected have their systems fully running, operational, they're off their on-site systems. We are pumping it to the treatment plant where the tanks that were previously constructed are holding the sewage, and we are taking that to one of the other plants for treatment, and we're starting commissioning with that sewage in this week. The costs I will have to go away and get, and I can provide that as way of a memo.
No, I appreciate that, Mr. Trapp. My second question, Mayor Statham, which may need to go to Mr. Gurney. In late 2016, early 2017, Council received a $4.8 million grant for these works. I'd like to know how much money we've actually borrowed, because I did find there was a resolution 2393 of borrowing $1 million for this. I'd just like to know how much money we've actually borrowed for this project.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Mr. Gurney?
Through you, Mayor Statham. The council has approved the raising of a loan of $1 million. We haven't sourced that yet. We're looking at T Corp. However, T Corp needs a copy of council's financial statements, which are near completion now, before they can progress that. And that was all through review, that was the loan amount that was required.
Is that all we need to borrow to complete this project?
That is correct, and ensures some intergenerational equity in the project.
Thank you. The third question is, through you, Mayor Statham, to Mr. Trapp, is probably the most appropriate one. What is the timing to make the plan operational, and can we expect any more variations prior to its finalisation?
Through you, Mayor Statham. As I said before, commissioning started this week with clear water, so next week we'll progress to using the sewage from site, building the, I suppose for want of a better word, the little culture with the sludge that will be produced there, and then we'll start rolling through with the ongoing operation. But this commissioning period will be about 2 to 3 weeks, and then we'll have the plant operational. We have had some issues with timeframes for the electrical connection, which is the last thing, but there won't be any further variations from this point. The only variance on that was time. It was pushed back from last September to December as an indicative time frame, to the earliest we could get in for the connection was March.
No, look, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Trapp.
Look, I will support, this is a very important project, so I will support it. You've answered the questions for me. And next Operations Committee meeting, I will discuss and raise securing or getting a report on this project. This is not a criticism of you or your staff. This is a long-term project. I was on the Operations Committee for the last council. When we got the grant, the costings that were done were way off mark. There's been a lot of problems, and I'm sure there's been lessons learned, but I think it'd be very good to have that documented so that it can be there so we can learn from that moving forward. Because when we had the grant, we didn't even have land secured for the treatment plant, and we really should have had that done early. Not a criticism of you, it's just the process has been, there's been problems and issues, you've inherited them, you're delivering, and that's good. We just need to make sure that moving forward, all projects don't make the same mistake. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ring, and well done, Mr. Trapp, for having your answers there. Anyone wishing to speak? No? Right of reply, Councillor Bryce. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Carried. Thank you. 12.2.2 IS&E replacement of second grader. Somebody move this, please.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce and Councillor Goodwin. Councillor Bryce.
We need a second grader, so no other comment. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Goodwin.
Thanks, Mayor Statham. This is just a great example of what we can do from the special rate variation, provide the workers with better tools for the job.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Anybody else wishing to speak?
Yep.
Councillor, Councillor McGee. Councillor Connor.
I would much prefer to see the Cat 140 being bought, for the simple reason they're a far more reliable grader, and after 10 years you get the same value, nearly the same price as the day you bought it. Whereas a Komatsu, you might be looking at a quarter of it resale.
Thank you, Councillor O'Connor. Councillor McGee.
Yeah, the Komatsu is a good bit of kit, but the Caterpillar would be preferable. but reading through the assessment process and the availability, I think they've made the right decision to go with the Komatsu. But yeah, as a rule, the Caterpillar's like a Toyota. Good stuff.
Thank you, Councillor McGee. Councillor Ring?
Yes, the report states an approved budget of 517,000, which I assume relates to the SRV item, improving the way we manage our assets, which is two programs. One for 496,000 for general maintenance, asset maintenance program, which is predominantly the school program, and then the other is for plant replacement. Now, Councillor Goodwin said this is a good way of, we're showing we're using the SRV, that's fine. We've already acknowledged we're going to underspend by 66% this year. What I would like to know for you to the administration is, what impact will this have on the playground renewal program moving forward? And second, what controls are in place to ensure that there's equity in the allocation of these funds moving forward between the two accounts, playground renewal and plant replacement? Because that is what this fund through the SRV is.
Mr Gurney would be the appropriate gentleman to answer that, Councillor Ring.
Through you, Mayor Statham. So with the IPART approval of the SRV, we need to spend it on the specific buckets, if you like, of funding as per the approval. So it will definitely have no impact on the playground renewal fund, which is a different fund from plant replacement.
Yeah, I'm just going off what's on the council's website about what the SRV was and what the funding's for. That's fine, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Gurney, and thank you, Councillor Ring. Anyone else wishing to speak? Right of reply, Councillor Bryce? No. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Carried, thank you. 12.3, strengthening our economy, enhancing our natural environment. Have a mover, thank you. We're dealing with 12.5.1, F&G Investment Report 2023 November.
Yeah, I'm happy to move it.
Thank you, Councillor Ring.
Happy to second it.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Ring.
Look, it's a good report. I'm glad to see that there's information in the reports, not in both, but in the reports stating what the money's tied up for, in what accounts. Because I've had people talking about, council's got 54 million. And we need to be able to explain to people, yes, we've got 54 million in the investment fund, but it is for tied and it is for specific purposes. There's no real slush money in there. So I do appreciate the reports. Thank you.
Councillor Ring. Councillor Bryce.
I agree with Councillor Ring. It's a good, well-written report and easy to explain to our community.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Leslie.
Yes, thank you. I think that you're quite right. This is an important report. I'd just like to highlight some comments here. Movements in cash and the investments balance. The council's total investment portfolio is at the 30th of November 2023 when compared to the 31st of October 2023. It's increased by 2,900,000 to 56,100,000. And investments increased from 53,200 to 56,100. Now this is and cash in the council's bankers account is also increased from $475,236 to $1,305,228. And going on, of course, there's the 3.7 million increase in cash and investments, which is mainly due to the ordinary business of the council. So where am I going with this? There's obviously a lot of money here. How much of this money is being invested with the National Australia Bank?
Mr Gurney. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Statham, my understanding, and I'm looking at a staff member at the back of the room, is that there is nil with the National Australia Bank. We don't usually receive higher interest rates from the Big Four, so we tend to go with other banks within Council's investment policy.
Thank you, Mr Gurney. Anyone else wishing to speak? Right of reply, Councillor Ring.
No, move the motion,
I'll
please,
put
Mayor
the
Statham.
motion. All those in favour say aye. Carried, thank you. 12.5.2 F&G Investment Report, December 2023. Could I have somebody move this report, please? Thank you, Councillor Ring.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Ring.
Ditto on the last conversation. Same thing. Nothing.
Thank you, Councillor Ring.
Same
No.
as Councillor Ring.
Speak tonight, otherwise I'll put the motion. All
Yes,
those,
yes, I'd
yes.
like to ask. It seems we're dealing with the same money here. Is that correct? Because they're the same figures. What is the distinction between this report and the previous report?
Mr Gurney, thank you.
Through you, Mayor Statham, it is a requirement for Council to have a report on investments each month. So this is somewhat of a catch-up because the last council meeting was in November. These reports do usually go to the Finance Committee, and we haven't had a Finance Committee, so they need to be reported to Council. So one is for the month of November, one is for the month of December.
And there's different figures in them. They're not the same report.
Yes, they're different figures. They're not the same report.
Thank you. Wish to speak? Otherwise, right of reply, Councillor Ring.
Put the motion.
Put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Carried, thank you. (12.5.3) F&G.
Move.
Second.
Was that Councillor Goodwin? Yes. Thank you. Councillor Ring.
No, someone else.
Who moved that, please?
Second, that was good.
And-
Ring moved it.
Yes, that's correct.
Good. Okay. I'd like to move an amendment. I'd like to change.
Point of order. I'd like to hear the mover speak first.
I thought I was the mover.
Yes,
I am the
Councillor
mover.
Ring's the mover.
Oh, you are. My
I am the
apologies.
mover.
My apologies.
Thank you. I'd like to refer this policy to an information session to discuss.
So you
Well,
wanting to have an amendment for that?
I want to amend the
Yes.
current recommendation that the policy is referred to an information session for councillors to discuss.
Right, can I have a seconder for that? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Councillor Ring.
The reason I'm moving this is it is a significant policy. More to the point, it is a policy, it's not actually a policy, it's a document from ICAC. It's a document that relates to conflict of interest in the public sector. And they have a sample document that they prepared. Now, I was very concerned with this because, once again, we have councillors being lumped in with staff. So I've spoken to ICAC, I have spoken to OLG. And the advice that I've received from ICAC is essentially that conflicts of interest in local government are governed by Council's Code of Conduct and based on the Model Code of Conduct. The Model Code deals with conflicts of interest for councillors in a rules-based approach. In some respects, the rules for councillors are different to the rules of staff. The Commission has issued an example conflicts of interest policy which may be considered by New South Wales agencies. The Commission's example policy does not deal specifically with councillors and focuses on staff and managers. There are aspects of the policy that may not be applicable to councillors, for example, having a conflict of interest management plan. I think we need to have a very serious look at this policy. We need to rework it, and we need to focus on what are the serious risks in this council. The policy or the sample document provided by ACAC on their advice is it needs to be tailored very much to the individual community. We are a small community. If they wrote this thinking of Penrith or Sydney, then there are going to be issues in there that will come up in our community which are not relevant. We do not work for the council. We employ the general manager. And this document has been prepared specifically for public sector agencies. We are unique according to, well, actually, we're very constrained according to ICAC in relation to our pecuniary and non-pecuniary interest. I think we need to modify this and talk about where it needs to be focused.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Goodwin. Oh, sorry. Oh, yes, I beg your pardon. Councillor Marnie, thank you.
This is a series of policies that have been either using model policies or documents outside that have inadvertently blended the roles of council officials and council officers. Again, it's coming in front of us for adoption without any information being provided in advance of its adoption. As a principle, just on that alone, I won't adopt it. Councillor Ring quite rightly talked to some of the detail in there that within a matter of days, you need to be able to pull that together. That should have been provided in the information session. So I'm afraid I don't like deferring decisions. We're paid to make decisions, but we're paid to make informed decisions, and I don't think we're in a position to do so.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Any other speakers? Thank you. Councillor Goodwin.
Yeah, Mayor Statham, for me, this is just another project we couldn't have done without the special rate variation. It's improving the risk and governance, but if it has to come back to an information session so we can all learn a little bit more about it, I'm happy for that to happen.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Any other people wishing to speak? Thank you.
Yes, Mayor Statham, it's on the business paper, so I'd like to ask some questions so that those who are still up watching can get it. In what ways are the current regulations inadequate? We've got a new policy. In what ways are the current regulations inadequate? I'd like to ask the General Manager that.
We'll take that question on notice and provide a considered response.
But surely, Madam Mayor, this is a matter that's been brought before council. It can't have been an unexpected question to ask how it was different from what we've got and why it was necessary. That surely that doesn't need to come later. Could I get an explanation why this is such a complicated question that we need to get it later?
Well, I believe a question requires a considered response. Your question goes further than a front-of-mind response, but in a generic sense, it's a policy that emerges from ICAC, the eminent organisation in terms of business and organisational and government ethics, and we're a stronger organisation for having contemporary policies. And this is just an example of what we're doing with the special rate variation and our new risk and governance manager. We're sanitising and contemporising all of our policies. But there's probably more to the answer that I can provide by way of a memo.
So one of the problems then would be the increase in consultants that are being brought into the council area to advise yourself. Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor.
Point of order. That's not relevant to this.
It's totally relevant to the question. Just because Councillor Bryce doesn't think it's relevant doesn't mean it is.
Not relevant. It's not. This is about a policy, not what you're saying.
But what the policy does, it documents and it's there for anybody, any official, a councillor or a council staff member to remind them, and it's backed up with training, how they manage conflicts of interest. Conflicts of interest can sneak up on the ignorant or ill-informed, and so it assists in that regard. It's backed up with training. And I'm very aware of the management of conflicts, as are our staff, but good policy, good training reinforces that. We'll have new people coming into the organisation. We need to ensure that we're bringing them in a good policy framework.
Okay, thank you for the answer. The section section of the Local Government Act section 440 is highlighted under the legal section, but we didn't get a copy of that in the attachments, so that's disappointing. But I have checked it up, and I assume that other councils have also checked that up. But it is relevant because we have a code of conduct. That is on the council website. You know, it's 47 pages long, and pages 10 to 47 deal primarily with pecuniary interests. You know, section 440 highlighted it, you know, deals with the requirements for its review. You know, a council must, within 12 months after each ordinary election, review its adopted code and make such adjustments as it considers appropriate and are consistent with this section. That was reviewed in August 2022. It was the motion itself was the council adopt the prescribed model code of conduct for local councils in New South Wales to maintain the gap for the value of gifts at $50 within the code, and 3, adopt the prescribed procedures for the administration of the model code of conduct for local councils in New South Wales. Moved Councillor Bryce, seconded Councillor Goodwin, and carried unanimously. And of course, part of the section 440 is that councils must review this code of conduct within 12 months of a council election. So we'll be back reviewing this code of conduct sometime between October this year and September next year. But it does raise the problem here. We've now got a brand new policy, code of conflict policy. What will happen if there's a conflict between the interpretation of the two codes? Which one will be considered the right one? You know, the government's one or the general manager's? And I think this council must have council administration must have a lot of time on their hands, because you're raising this whole matter. It can't go anywhere because it will conflict with the established code of conduct dealing with pecuniary interests anyway. And so by the time we're finished working our way through which one's right, you know, we don't know where we'll be going. I think Councillor Ring is right. This needs to go to a finance meeting or some other meeting to sort out these problems, and it will give the general manager an opportunity to provide, you know, the answer to the detailed answer to the question that he wasn't able to provide at the beginning of my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Leslie.
Right, reply.
I want to ask a question, if I may, Mayor Statham.
Councillor Coleman.
Yeah, I just want to ask a question, if I could. In the report, it said on page 47, it says development of the draft policy is governance improvement funded from the 2023-24 special rate variation program. Like, it states that there very clearly. My question is administration saying that if the special rate variation program wasn't approved, then this work wouldn't have been done? And if that's the case, what does that mean for council?
Mr. General Manager.
I'm not sure on the whole construct of that question, but what it demonstrates is the accelerant that the SRV, the special rate variation, has provided to enable us to better maintain our roads, our footpaths, our drains, to walk up to the great challenge of diversifying our economy, to looking at productivity initiatives, and to also further enhancing our risk and governance. If you don't have financial capacity, you bob around on the bottom with low-level sophistication.
Sorry, point of order. That's not the question I asked, Mr. Butler. What I asked was, and I appreciate that, is if the special rate variation wasn't approved, would this work not have happened, or would it still happen? And if it didn't happen because you didn't have the money to do it, what would happen to council?
I think it's abundantly obvious for anybody in the community, if you don't have the capacity, things take longer. They become deferred. You get them done, they take longer.
Okay, so you're saying that they would get done, but they would have been
It's a matter
deferred.
of a finite capacity.
Thank you, Mr Butler. Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Anybody else wishing to speak? Councillor McGee.
Yes, I think that the more information that we have on this subject is we couldn't have too much information. So I think an information session would be the best outcome because it can address all of the issues that were raised tonight, the difference between the current one and the new one. And also just a refresher on what the current standards are. You know, we've all got a rough idea, but to actually be there and to see it, I've got a much better memory for those sorts of things rather than just reading. So when it's presented at an information session, it tends to sink in really well. And yeah, I'm all for it. Information session, please.
Thank you, Councillor McGee. Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor Ring.
I just write a reply if I may. I do agree with Councillor Good. This is, the governance is part of the SRV. And my understanding is we've employed a specific governance person. I have no problem with the concept or what the idea of what's being presented to us. I do have a concept when we're putting councillors in with staff. It's not appropriate. I would love to have gone through the sample document and compared it to the document that we have been presented with. But I've already spent about 30 hours on this meeting. I just didn't have time and I just didn't have it. But we do need good governance, and I have said previously, governance is something that I take very seriously. And I applaud the council for doing this. This document has been available on ICAC since 2019. But let's be clear about something. Every council in this room should be clear about the code of conduct, the pecuniary interests, and hopefully code of meeting practice. I want this so we can discuss it, not with a report brought to a information session, but that we can look at this document and talk about how it fits in, where councillors may or may not fit in, how to separate it, if it's appropriate. We need to have an open and frank discussion. And from talking to ICAC, we need to tailor this policy to our community. We are a small community. Everyone knows everyone, someone's related to someone. We need to make sure some of those considerations are taken into effect. We need to make sure what we have meets our needs and our risks. And I think an open and frank information session, where this is the only thing we focus on, is a good way to deal with it.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. 12.5.4, updated ordinary meetings of council dates 2024. Could I have a mover, please?
I'll move that.
Sorry, who moved that? Councillor Leslie?
In second.
Councillor Marnie, thank you. Councillor Leslie?
No, I won't speak to it this time, but I will be speaking to a lot of items over the time.
I've got nothing to add. It's just an information report, and thank you.
All right, if nobody has anything to
No,
discuss.
I'd like to speak to it if I could.
Councillor Ring?
I support this resolution when needs this work done. But I want to highlight serious governance risk. And Mayor Statham, I'll make clear this has got nothing to do with you. This has to do with the role of a mayor, regardless. Oh, sorry. Oh, and we're on to, well, yeah, sorry. At the head, sorry. I missed that one on my paper. Yeah, apologies, Councillor Statham, I missed that one. I've got nothing to say. All good.
Anybody else wants to discuss something, please? No? Right of reply, Councillor Leslie. All those in favour say aye. Unanimous, thank you. Page 50. Use of Merrill delegation, Donkey Steps and Browns Gap Road, maintenance. Can I have somebody move this? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor O'Connor. Seconder, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor O'Connor.
Yes. Regarding both these roads, is there outside funding for these from the government, or is it coming out of?
I beg your pardon, Councillor O'Connor, I was speaking.
Is this road donkey steps being funded by the government or by the funds out of the council? And the same with the other road over here, Browns Gap Road.
Thank you, Councillor O'Connor. Mr Edgecombe will speak to that. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Statham. Thanks for that question. It's a good one. The entirety of the Browns Gap Road is this first stage of work is compensable under the disaster recovery funding arrangements. So we have approval for just over $2 million worth of work. This is just half that. So there will be a subsequent phase after this. As for the Donkey Steps Road, the federal government through the DRFA will be funding about 65% of it or 70% of it, just over 400,000 to cover the upgrade works to the Donkey Steps, which is the recompaction of the embankments and the improvement of resilience measures. However, the maintenance work, the 200,000, will be covered by council's own special rate variation, which is what it's set there to do. It is covered under the current approvals.
Thank you, Mr Edgecombe. Anybody else wishing to speak?
Yeah, I got the right item now.
Councillor Bryce, you're next. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor.
I've got the right item now, so what I say now should be relevant. I will support this resolution, but I want to speak to perceived serious governance risk. My commentary, and I want to make this very clear, Mr. Statham, it's not about you, it's about the inherent risk in exercising this aspect of the mayoral function under the Act. I have discussed this previously with OLG and I have received written advice. And basically what they came back with is it's agreed that greater clarity is required in the Act on the circumstances in which it is permissible for mayors to exercise the functions of the governing body in cases of necessity between meetings of the council. Consideration will be given to addressing this next time the Act is amended. To me, there's seriously some grey areas, and in talking with the governance team at OLG, there are grey areas. There's no implication or statement that you've done anything improper, so don't, please, take it personally. But I have looked at a number of other councils, both large and small, rural and Sydney. They have clearly defined mayoral delegations, where it clearly articulates the amount of money and for what purpose it can be done. The largest amount that I've seen thus far is 500,000 for, an emergency situation. Now, my concern with this is I don't believe you could call these works urgent. They are critical, but in terms of someone's going to die tomorrow, it's got to be done. Like a massive storm coming through, we've got to do a clean-up. It's not that case. One tender. Now, you've signed off on that, and the administration has put in a report stating the basis on which they've assessed it. But what we've been provided with are cost estimates, not firm prices, and I understand that because of the timing and the need to get this work done. There's nothing improper about that. I've done contracts like that in the past. You can work off a schedule of rates. That's fine. I just believe that we don't want to fall in the trap of using this too often. Given the technology we have available today, extraordinary meetings can be called, short notice, online. And given the nature of this, could have been dealt confidentially. I will support it because it's critical, but I would like to see discussion moving forward when we talk about delegations, about a clearly articulated delegation for whoever is the mayor to ensure that the mayoral position is protected and cannot be attacked moving forward. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Ring.
Just to respond quickly to that, in fact, when I was briefing the Mayor for this business paper, I clarified that to be abundantly clear, we've codified so that in the last meeting of this year in 24, it's already scheduled for a report to go to the council to give that delegation. It slipped under my guard. I would have liked to have done it at the November meeting. But in the case of both of these projects, in the case of Browns Gap Road and Walgan Road, we deemed them both to be legitimate emergencies, and they were. Browns Gap Road, since we had the more temporary barriers, we found that they're being moved and people are accessing that road, and there are rocks and boulders hovering above them, so it was being used. In the case of Walgan Road, there was the very real danger that the whole road would be lost, and that's the only evacuation in a bushfire season. So they were legitimate emergencies and we're very comfortable. But to be abundantly clear, as I said, we've codified it, so in November this year, the council will receive a report.
No, look, I appreciate Mr. Butler, and it's not. I'm more concerned about protecting the position of mayor and ensuring that they're not put in a position where there is doubt thrown over a decision made. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Butler and Councillor Ring. Anybody else wishing to speak, please? Councillor Coleman.
Thank you. On page 52, it states, in response to Council's administration's representation, the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority has approved $480,000 for this work from disaster funding. It is acknowledged that this funding is outside of the normal and established funding programs. This attests to the support that is being received from the New South Wales Government for this important project. Firstly, congratulations to Mr. Edgecombe in regards to obtaining the funding, because I understand how difficult it is to negotiate the pathway, and I understand how difficult sometimes the documents can be done. And I also want to acknowledge that the New South Wales Government, under disaster recovery funding arrangements, have also provided funding for Brown Gaps Road. Is that correct? So I understand how difficult that may have been as well, and congratulations. In the same project, so congratulations in navigating that pathway. I understand how difficult documents can be put together for funding. My question is, in regards to that, and the New South Wales Government needs to be congratulated as well, but if they didn't come forward with that funding, what would have happened? Where would we have been?
Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Mr. Edgecombe, thank you.
I think we're very fortunate to live in a reality where we don't really need to consider that. On behalf of the council and its community, I can't understate our appreciation for the provisions of the disaster recovery funding arrangements. They account for projects like this under declared natural disasters. And as I said, we're very fortunate. But the case remains that if it didn't exist, it would need to be a project funded by the council, which, given our limited financial capacity, other projects would need to be deferred. So it just again speaks to the criticality, I guess, and the importance of those funding arrangements.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edgecombe. Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Anybody else wishing to speak? Councillor Leslie.
Yes, thank you. Just reading from the executive summary. Commencement of works has been delayed while approvals and funding were being pursued from the New South Wales Government. These impediments were overcome subsequent to the last meeting of the Council in November 2023. With funding secured, Council could move quickly to allocate the work to the contractors. That sounds good. Can we has the work actually started, and if so, when? Because I haven't heard of it. And do we have a date, for the completion of these works? Thank you.
Mr. Edgecombe, thank you.
Through you, Mayor Statham. We're referring to Browns Gap, are we?
I was actually thinking just thinking of, yes, both, but I was more concerned about the concerns of people in the Walgan Valley, of course, with their people using the Browns Gap Road can get around. The people from the Walgan Valley have far more difficulty.
Of course. thank you for that clarification. So Brownsgap Road started on the 22nd of January, and the project's progressing extremely well. The tree removal is set to complete this week, and handwork will start. Complex handwork on reducing that geotechnical risk will start shortly thereafter. So that project is on track. For the Walgan and the project and the Donkey Steps resilience work, that project was set to start on the 2nd of January, but wet weather postponed it. It started shortly thereafter. And as I received an update this morning, that's expected to be a 6-week project, and that's on track as well for delivery by mid-February.
Thank you, Mr. Edgecombe. Anybody else wishing to speak? No. Right of reply, Councillor O'Connor.
No, thanks.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Carried. Thank you. 13.1 Community Development Committee meeting, the 12th of December 2023.
Happy to move.
Have a second.
Thank you. Councillor Coleman and Councillor Goodwin. Councillor Coleman.
Thank you, Mayor Statham. I'm just going to refer back to the minutes that's been attached to this report and talk about the fact that the staff are actually, going the extra mile, and they're looking at actually strategies to develop a seasonal program in regards to the Union Theatre, working with professional partners, becoming part of the regional arts touring network, work with local creatives, makers to encourage them to develop work for the theatre, and then seeking funding in partnership. And I think this is really important because if you see in the minutes, it states that in regards to the opera, there was a loss of $21,000, which is quite concerning. So I'm glad that the staff are looking at a strategy in regards to how the Union Theatre can be used in the future. I do have questions in regards to that funding. What happens now? How does that get recovered? Is it recovered, or is it just a loss? So I just want to know what happens with the loss of that funding.
Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Mr. Gurney, thank you.
Through you, Mayor Statham. I don't have the minutes in front of me, and I don't have too much knowledge of the reasons for the actual loss, but that would ordinarily be covered from council's revenue, would be the funding source.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gurney.
Just before I finish, I just note that the Australia Day Awards, and I won't go through them because we all know who was successful and who was not. I do want to mention the Vale ladies who received an award on the day, and congratulations to them. But the reason I'm mentioning them is that one of the Vale ladies approached me and said that they have received 4 phone calls over the past couple of weeks in regards to the hall. They kindly asked to ensure that the website is updated in regards to this issue. They shouldn't be receiving calls in regards to the usage of the hall. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Anyone? Councillor Goodwin.
Yes, Mayor Statham. I'd like to congratulate all the recipients of all the funding that we've handed out, or we're going to. But when I was at Wang, and I want to move this with an extra point if I can. I was at Wang at the Australia Day ceremonies, and I was asked, all of the councillors who were there were asked to support the Wallera Wang fireworks. So what I would like to add in as point 5, if it's appropriate, is to ask that the council administrators speak with the Wang Progress Association to form a plan or a financial plan going forward in relation to the fireworks.
Councillor Coleman, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I have no problem. I'd like to speak to it as well.
Yes, all right, thank you. All right.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yes, certainly.
I can't support that with such vague comments. I mean, how much are we talking about? I mean, we have money we have money here. We know that there's a very concern about the expenditure of money. So
actually, Councillor
thank you.
Leslie, Councillor Coleman moved this. Councillor Goodwin is still speaking. Have you finished speaking, Councillor Goodwin, or not yet? All right. So maybe to enlighten, so that you have a better picture for any that don't understand. During the festivities at Wallerawang, Joe Smith got up and pointed at me like this and said, "The mayor's here. She needs to get this funding. This funding's got to be, otherwise we're going to let Wang down. All your councillors need to get together," and made it very clear for several minutes in front of a large crowd that it was up to me. It's up to us. But I'd already spoken to them about financial assistance. If they apply twice a year, they would require $15,000. They've already got $2,000 from this last 6 months. And if they consider this a viable concern, which I think it's a fantastic event, they easily can prepare a funding agreement and for financial assistance and put it in twice next year. And I'm sure then that the councillors would vote on any excess, which might be $3,000 to $5,000. They can put in for 2 lots of $750, or they require $15,000. So thank you, Councillor Goodwin, for bringing this up, because Councillor Goodwin was there. There were other councillors there as well. It probably wasn't the appropriate time. It was Australia Day, but it had already been discussed with the ex-secretary. So I have advised them that we're happy to have a meeting at council, but in lieu of that, there's like everybody else that would like to have funding. They just simply put into 2 funding arrangements, which we will accept and as part of the Community Development Association. So you're happy with that, Councillor Goodwin?
Sorry, Mayor Stathan, can I just have the amendment up, because it's not up and I need to see it.
It is up.
No, it needs to be changed.
No, it doesn't. That's not what you said.
Could I make a suggestion, if I may? Could we just make it that council meet with Wallerawang Progress Association to discuss the ongoing management of the New Year's Eve fireworks?
Could you just add to that, please, Councillor Ring, that they do this in next month, because the financial assistance is coming in, and then the second lot will be after Christmas, so they need to come in as soon as possible.
Just put as soon as possible.
Yeah, as soon as possible.
Yeah, that's fine, as soon as possible.
You're happy with that, Councillor Ring?
Yeah, for it to go in. If they're happy with it, I mean, if I could, I'd like to talk to this whole meeting, if I may.
Councillor Ring?
In relation to this item, I'll deal with that one first. I have no problem with us discussing with them moving forward. I think we need to be looking at our events, how we manage events. Parks Elvis Festival started off with volunteers. It became very big. This is now a fairly big event in Wallerawang. We need to be looking at its future moving forward. It's something the community wants. They want Christmas events. As a council moving forward, we need to look at what events we are going to fund. We have funding for different events. Are they still relevant? Where can we get better bangs for the buck? What does the community want moving forward? We need to talk to the community. This is an important event. I'm happy that it's here and we're going to talk to them, but I think as a council we need to review all these items moving forward. In relation to this report, I am gobsmacked that in the minutes it talks about April 22, the opera lost 7,000. In a year, this council went out saying we've got no money. And then last year, we lost over 21,000. It's not highlighted in the report that's been brought to council. It's in the minutes. It's on page 8. And I'm really disappointed about that. Look, I mean, we need to, there's a risk appetite here. We need to be clear and upfront with these events, how much money we're prepared to lose and where it comes from. I think the whole concept of these events, they've got to be full cost recovery, or we have to be clear that there is a fund that can cover the loss of revenue. And if we lose one year, then we really need to be very careful about whether or not we have that event the next year. It's ratepayers' money, regardless.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Bryce.
I attended the opera. It was only attended by 3 councillors over the 2 nights. So, but I did attend. It was my biggest gripe with the opera. It was a great night, and we had someone come and talk at the last meeting about how good it was the advertisement. It was poorly done. The year before, we couldn't get enough people on enough seats for the people. This year, the year before last, last year, it was so poorly done that people didn't even realise it was happening. So if we're going to run these sort of events, we really need to advertise better. We need to run a better program of advertisement. I also attended the fireworks at Wang on New Year's Eve. I can't tell you how many people there was, but there was a few thousand there. It was a massive event. It was a great event. It was and it's a family-friendly, free event, and that's the important part. So by hopefully, supporting the event, there is some issues there, but we need to support this event because it is such a big event and it's such a family-friendly, free event, and that's a big issue.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Anyone else now wishing to speak before I put the motion or right?
No, I'd like to speak.
Coleman?
Thank you, Mayor Statham.
Councillor Martin.
Just noting from the report, obviously there's a strong desire for support, and we're left with the residues of money for this year. So, most people are landing with about a third of what they need. Does that put them in a position that they can actually deliver on something tangible, or is it a case of leaving them too far short to actually deliver on what they were trying to achieve? The other thing is, I did bring forward as part of the support for the rate rise was that we would invest more money into community development. I'm concerned that we're sitting at a figure of $10,200 as a fund available to these community initiatives. So can we look at that as a challenge going forward, how we actually stimulate some of these community events? I also went out to Wang, and yes, it is a significant event for the community, and worth us reviewing our investment in it. Also went out to a very, I wouldn't say overly strongly promoted, but certainly it was a very good event out of the foundation on the weekend as well. And again, we're seeing these free community events popping up, which really are acting to provide us with some social cohesion and connection. And, it deserved a lot more people than it had at the event, but I thought it was very good. So my concern is that we've taken $6.1 million out of some of the people that can afford to do it, and we've also taken it out of people that have very limited ability to afford this. We need to make sure that we're putting some of that money back into livability and community events. So I'd ask that we review the amount that we're actually voting to this thing each year.
Mr. Gurney, I'd just like to comment on that. Thank you, Councillor.
Through you, Mayor Statham. This was round 2 of the financial assistance grants. The total budget, as stated in the report, was around about $110,000 for the financial year.
Thank you, Mr. Gurney.
But it's also, councillors have been invited to make submissions to the operating plan in the budget for next year. That's an appropriate mechanism, so the councillors need to bring that forward, and the council determines what the priorities are.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Thank you to Councillor Marnie. Right of reply, Councillor Coleman. Thank you.
21,000 was lost at the opera, and I'm glad that it's being reviewed, and I'm glad that Mr. Gurney's on top of it. I was also at Luwarawang on Australia Day, and in regards to the fireworks, we have allocated some funds to the Luwarawang Lithgow Progress Association through this report. The General Manager is mentioning the operational budget, a submission to the operational budget. My understanding, and if the General Manager could just enlighten me, Luwarawang Lithgow Progress Association could also put a submission in to that as well. Is that correct? Regarding funding or not?
Yeah, well, the public processes for the operating plan and budget are extensive. There's engagement.
So that's a yes then?
There's input, there's attendance at meetings, yeah.
Yeah, so that's a yes. That's great.
think
So
that's
they
abundantly clear.
have a couple of avenues. And I'm glad that the administration and the mayor, I'm assuming, will go and meet with them and understand what they need in regards to arrangements for New Year's fireworks, whether that's full funding or partially funding, or putting a submission to the operational budget or to the community development as per se.
Just to add to the opera, I think the only one that voted against the 2 nights. If we would have had 1 night, we would have had a grand success. We can't have 2 nights of opera in our small town. But anyway, what it is, it is. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Carried, thank you. Page 59, Finance Committee meeting minutes, 21st of November 2023. Have somebody move this, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Have a seconder, thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Councillor Bryce? No. Councillor Goodwin?
No, I've got nothing to say.
If there's nobody wishing to speak, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Carried, thank you. 13.3, the 30th of the 1st, 2024, Audit Risk Improvement Committee, ARIC. The minutes, November 2023. Could I have a mover, please? Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Goodwin seconded. Councillor Bryce? No. Councillor Goodwin? If there's nobody wishing to speak, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Carried, thank you. Business of great urgency. I do have one myself tonight. I was notified today I think this is an extremely important announcement, and I'm delighted to say one of my babies that I have said that I would love to work more with and get a result. It's been difficult, but have your say to help TAFE New South Wales make a difference in our community. TAFE New South Wales is completing important work to better understand the needs and aspirations of New South Wales communities. We are encouraging community and business leaders to provide feedback and share with their networks to help TAFE New South Wales plan, deliver a more effective, meaningful service. Community members can have their say as individuals or on behalf of a business or community group. Feedback is open to everyone, even if they have not been to TAFE New South Wales. This is a great opportunity for communities to express their needs, experiences and ideas about our future in our town. And however, the only bad thing is it's only till the 11th of February 2024. You can get more details online, but if you were to make a submission, we just have less than or about 2 working weeks at the most. So I think it's a great thing now. We've got a great TAFE here. They do a lot, but I think we can have more resourcing coming out of that TAFE. Thank you. Anybody else wishing to have an appointment? Oh.
Yes, I have a matter of great urgency, or I believe it is. It would go a long way to explaining the absence of the Operations Committee meeting minutes in my mind. I was the chair of that meeting, as I'm so often reminded, and the behaviour at that meeting of one of the particular councillors, Councillor Leslie, was absolutely abhorrent.
How is this a matter of great urgency?
It is a matter of great urgency because we will not be having another...
I didn't know Councillor McGee was going to do this. I had no idea. I assumed the Operation Committee would be... Continue, Councillor McGee. It's certainly a matter of great urgency, Councillor Coleman.
It's a matter of great urgency in my mind because there is not another council meeting or the opportunity to make a decision on this until after the next Operations Committee meeting. And as we did our Code of Conduct training, and we were made aware that we do not have to put everything through the Office of Local Government, that as a council we can self-regulate and we can address misconduct and bad behaviour as a council ourselves.
Point of order. I find it very interesting that a councillor that feels raising to his feet to wrestle with another councillor to take the mic off his hands. So,
When did that happen?
Excuse me?
You might have a recollection of it.
Lamani, would you please cease? That has got nothing to do with this.
Well, if we want to
Continue,
introduce
Councillor
behaviour,
McGee.
selective, I'm happy to.
Marnie, have some manners, please. Aren't you going to stay in the chambers, Councillor Leslie? No worries. Well, you'll get a letter in the post, obviously. Thank you. Continue, Councillor McGee.
This goes to the very heart of what I'm talking about. At that meeting, Councillor Leslie refused to accept the answer given to him when he asked a question of a senior staff member. He not only refused to accept that answer, he berated the staff member, who was the general manager, extensively, refusing to stop when the chair, myself, asked him to stop, and repeatedly said that that is the answer that you will get. I went on, the mayor, yourself, then put in a point of order. He still didn't stop until Councillor Ring touched him on the arm and said, come on, there's a point of order, and pulled him up. Now, this is out of hand, and it's happening here as well.
I'm going to call a point of order, if I may, Councillor Snowden. This is a code of conduct issue. It does not get discussed in council. Sorry, I've got a point of order. If Councillor McGee has a code of conduct issue, he can lodge it formally. This is not the appropriate forum to lodge a code of conduct. That is essentially what this is.
No, I won't accept that. Thank you. You need to get to the point, Councillor McGee, please. What are you requesting?
The point is that we have the ability to self-regulate and that we have the ability to impose a sanction upon Councillor Leslie, and I propose that that sanction be that he be suspended and barred from attending the next 3 operational committee meetings due to his bad behaviour, unacceptably bad behaviour. So that is my motion, that he be barred from the next 3 operations committee meetings, and I would like that voted on. Oh, he can submit any issues that he has as a councillor to the chair or to anyone, any time leading up to those, so he's not being restricted as a councillor. He's restricted from attending and interrupting and unacceptably bad behaviour. And that is a decision that we can make as a council. We do not have to refer this to a code of conduct because we know that it won't get up, it won't go anywhere, because the Office of Local Government, the lady who trained us that day, told us that they just don't have time for all of this, but we are more than able to self-regulate and to impose sanctions, even fines, if we see fit, on other councillors, as long as the entire council votes on it, and it is unanimous. So it is a 3-meeting suspension for Councillor Leslie, and that's my suggestion.
I definitely will believe that is a business of great urgency. I'm going to accept that, and I'm going to put Councillor McGee's motion. Thank you. All those in favour say aye.
Is there any discussion?
Are we allowed to speak to
Actually,
this?
we need a seconder. Thank you.
So,
Councillor Goodwin?
I would have asked for is Councillor Leslie to apologise. I'll second it.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin.
Can I ask a question now?
Yes,
that I've
certainly.
seconded it? Is what Councillor McGee saying, is that correct? Is that what we can do as a council?
Mr General Manager?
Sorry,
That's what we were
as
taught.
part of, sorry, through you, Mayor, to Mr. General Manager, sorry. I'm just not up to date to make sure that it's all kosher and
It is a committee of council, so it's within the remit of the council to determine the operating procedures. It, in my view, would be better if it was grounded in a policy. Of course, it'd be better if we didn't have to get to this, but it would be my professional opinion that it's a decision that's open to the council going forward. If there's to be a use of such provisions, I'd recommend that the council turn its thoughts to embodying this in a policy, but also taking steps also to mitigate against behaviours happening in the first place.
I have serious concerns of any lack of natural justice occurring in this process. Like I'm not a witness to it. I have nothing coming back from the accused councillor, and I'm being asked. I don't care. I don't have any evidence in front of me to make this decision, and I will not be supporting it. The behaviour that I've witnessed in council committees has at times been appalling. And it's not limited to one councillor. And the behaviour in council meetings has been appalling. And it's not, well, maybe it is. But I am not going to support something that clearly has no basis in natural justice. And this, what's going on tonight, I've got no idea. But your team is performing well, Mayor Marie Statham.
Point of order.
Excuse me.
It's not a team.
Could you please apologise? You obviously weren't at that meeting. Councillor Ring, would you please tell the public the honest truth? What an appalling disgrace of Councillor Leslie at that operation.
Are you talking to me?
I certainly am, Councillor Ring.
No, look, he didn't call me an effing old man and storm out of the meeting like another councillor did. I'm not going to say who that person was. We have heated exchanges in meetings. That's life. It happens. These are closed meetings. Under the Code of Meeting Practice, any council committee, if a councillor or a member of the public acts inappropriately, they can be kicked out of that meeting. This is not acceptable. The matter could have been dealt with. There are a lot of incidents, as Councillor Mahoney has said. This denies natural justice. If Councillor McGee wants to bring a policy back, we can debate it. But I won't support this. Yes, Councillor Leslie was heated. I was heated. I wasn't happy with the response. He did calm down. Yes, it took some time, but he did calm down. And then we progressed with the meeting in an orderly manner. So I don't believe it's in any way justified.
Anybody else wishing to speak?
Yes, me please. This is a very slippery slope. Judge, jury, executioner. Natural justice gone out the door. Like this is beyond abhorrent.
Yes, write a reply, please, Councillor McGee.
Yes, well, that wasn't even just the end of it. Like when he did storm off, like he did tonight, he went home straight to his, like he said tonight, he's on Facebook every day. He went straight home to Facebook to say how terrible it was, how all these terrible things were happening, when the very issues that he was saying weren't addressed were addressed by the presentation to that committee by the General Manager after he left. Without saying he was leaving, whether he was coming back or not. It's just a complete lack of any respect for the chair, the mayor, the executive. It's unacceptable behaviour. And if he's not reprimanded, then I won't be chairing that meeting. I won't be attending a meeting. Like you call this acceptable. It's not acceptable. And we do have the authority to reprimand. And I see this as a fitting reprimand. It won't stop him making any submissions, anything he has to bring to the Operations Committee. He can email or put it in writing and bring it in. He can represent his constituents exactly the same. But he cannot attend the next 3 meetings of the Operations Committee, in my mind.
I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour of Councillor McGee's motion, thank you.
Mayor Statham, I have one motion I'd like to, an item that I'd like to raise with you. Oh, we just did. You're calling for a division?
Is that a division, Councillor Bryce? Let's call it a division. Great idea.
Yeah.
I would have to vote with Councillor McGee after the abhorrent, disgraceful display what he did at
Point
the
of order,
meeting.
Point of order, Councillor Marie Statham. That's your choice.
All those in favour of Councillor McGee's notice of motion. Councillor Statham and Councillor McGee, and against was Coleman, Ring, Marnie, O'Connor, Bryce and Goodwin. Thank you.
If I may, now, Councillor Statham, just one item. It may have been missed at the awards for the staff at Christmas, but I'd just like to put up that the council congratulate Kay Shirt on a 30-year service with Lithgow City Council. She has been recognised? Was she? Okay, and that's fine. I just was led to believe she wasn't, so that's fine. If she's been acknowledged.
Check on that, Councillor Ring. Yeah. Yes, she was. Thank you.
Mayor Statham, I have one as well.
Yes, certainly.
That's all right. It relates back to the hydro back at the start of the meeting. I would like to ask council, that council ask the administration to look at obtaining appropriate independent specialist advice once any proposal from Energy Australia in relation to the hydro is put forward to council.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin.
And I do this because I know there's budgets and operational budgets coming up. And I would like, if that's appropriate, to be able to now look forward to maybe putting some money aside for that specialist reports back to council.
Yes, I'm happy to accept that as a matter of great urgency. I need a seconder, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Bryce. All those in favour say aye.
I'd like to speak to it first, and I'd like to move an amendment if Councillor Goodwin is satisfied.
Sorry, Councillor.
What I would like to move is that the administration bring back a report to the next meeting advising the role of council in reviewing state significant projects and the potential cost of bringing in experts.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. I don't think I accept that as a matter of great urgency.
I was moving it as an amendment to the motion that's in front of us.
Sorry, the meeting's closed. I'm taking matters of great urgency at the moment. Sorry.
And we're going to vote on it as a motion. So I can move.
I'm not accepting it as a matter of great urgency.
It's not a matter, it's an amendment to...
Oh, righto, sorry. Yep, need a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Ring.
Happy to second?
Thank you, Senator.
Now Councillor Bryce can.
Councillor Bryce, thank you.
It's not essentially any different to what Councillor Goodwin has said, but I'd like people go, council should independently review. Well, let's be honest. The reports that Energy Australia are doing, they've got $11 million. You know, they've got experts. The top of the line. We have limited resources. We need to be realistic. What we need to understand is how we can have input and where we can get advice from. We need to be very careful with the money. That's what we need. And that will hopefully quieten down some of the criticism in the community.
I actually think the two recommendations are the same. I think Councillor Goodwin was asking for the information to come back and then the council consider how much they spend and where the specialist gaps are. So
yeah, look, it's very similar.
Same.
I think it just refines it and clarifies it a bit more. That's all.
Oh, look, I don't think I need to accept both of them, Councillor Ring, unless
No, I've moved an amendment.
Pardon?
And I've moved an amendment. It's been seconded.
Okay, so Councillor Coleman's a seconder to your amendment.
No, Councillor Bryce is.
Councillor Bryce? Councillor Bryce.
I do think it's important to know what the price is of the costings, but it's also important that we understand the independent person that we're getting as well. We want the best information for our community, not just from Energy Australia or the group against the thing. We need independent information, but good information that can be used for submissions or whatever people want to use them for.
Any other speakers? Thank you. No. I'll put the amendment. The amendment becomes the motion. All those in favour say aye. Carried. Thank you. In tonight, and thank you for the people in the public gallery. Thank you.